Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Tumbleweeds and Tombstones, the game where each week my players accuse me of trying to kill them, and I have to let them know that they're already dead.
Only emotionally.
Welcome back. Another week. We have Lyman back with us this week.
This guy.
Finally.
We got our cowboy back, so we'll see how that goes and for how long. You all make it. This is the fun part for those following along at home. Lyman has not had time to watch our most recent episode. So when I go over the recap in just a moment, this is going to be the first he's hearing about what happened in the last game.
I can't wait.
How much could have happened?
Oh, you'll find out.
I hope you have a seatbelt because you're gonna need it.
I've played so many sessions with you guys.
Yeah.
How much could have possibly happened?
We'll find out.
You answered your own question. You played many sessions. You know what can happen in one game.
You'll see what happens.
But trust me.
It's fine. It's totally fine. Nothing bad.
And with that segue,
Yeah.
Good.
I can honestly say that all of you are currently very uninjured, and Walter's not being dragged unconscious behind a train. So, there's that.
Improvements.
Well, thank Kane for small miracles.
All right, so let's go ahead and jump into our recap. When last we were with the Spurs, you guys had found the secret meeting place of the werewolf elder, Mukuroru, who was leading this group of the Comanche-based werewolves outside of Taylorsville. Having received a missive from you sent via Wolf and the amulet that had his symbol on it that had been a protection for you all against the other Lupines in the area, seeing it as a symbol of a temporary ceasefire between your group and the werewolves in the area. He entered all your dreams and gave you visions, a little bit of advice as per his nature, and agreed to meet with you and agreed that no harm would come to you as long as you did not try to start anything violent with them. You, using Liam's psychic connection as he implanted the location of this meeting spot in his brain, followed the path, riding a few hours outside from San Angelo, that's the one. Yep, Tomei Sands.
Definitely not New York City.
No. You guys found a hidden cave that was flush up against a hillside. Worked your way in, saw that this cave was not naturally made, but had been carved out, seeming by large claws, but seemingly a very long time ago, as the claw marks were faded and eroded into the sides and walls and ceiling and floor of this structure. You went down the tunnel using your senses. In the meantime, Noah and Walter decided to stay outside of this structure to A, mind the horses, and B, be lookouts in case this was a setup, in case anyone had been following you guys, as you guys had noticed the werewolves tracking you and other adventures. The rest of the group made in and got into a fairly large cavern that had some kind of scratch-like language covering all the walls from ceiling to floor of about a 15-foot tall ceiling. And every so often there'd be a chunk of this scratch writing, and then a human-sized red paint print, and then a lupine-sized print. And I forget which one of you it was, but one of you kind of sussed out that this was actually some kind of message and then a signature with each print, and then another message and another. It was some kind of communication of some kind of information. You also noticed carrying your oil lanterns that you guys had remembered to actually pack, thanks to Wea. Looked up and noticed that there were gemstones embedded in the wall, and what initially seemed to be random design was soon to be realized to be intentionally placed to mirror the night sky, that there were actually legitimate constellations embedded into the patterns of the gemstones in the ceiling. And you guys took note of this, and you noticed also that there was a bit of steam coming and almost building around the ceiling, dripping condensation, causing the formation of stalagmites and stalactites that haven't quite met yet in this room, as well as little plateaus. Having taken some time, you then went into another chamber where artwork spiraling from the ceiling and spiraling its way down along the sides and then meeting on the floor, and not quite yet completed, seemed to be a pictographical history of lupines in general, the origin of them, their branching out from their origins, and the ones on the floor seeming to be specifically about this particular group in this area and their comings and goings and history and legends and so forth and so forth. Sitting there was a non-lit fire pit with a couple of wooden stools for sitting, and across on something of almost looking like a throne made from stone and bone and furs sat the werewolf elder himself. He greeted all of you, invited you to come and sit with him, was able to meet and let you know that you guys were indeed not alone, that some of his most loyal guards were keeping watch outside, one, because they didn't 100% trust you guys, and two, to ensure that this meeting remained secret, given that he explained that these were very sacred grounds for his people, and that if the majority of his people knew that he allowed you guys to meet him here, it would be a sacrilege of the highest order, would instantly destroy his people's trust in him. But he did it as a gesture to you guys to show his willingness to listen, that he came here in good faith, and basically by putting himself at risk was showing you that you guys were safe being here. You all sat down and started discussing with him. Liam kind of helming the front of it, all of you chiming in, though, trying to see if you could get some kind of aid from him with the upcoming conflict. He asked what you wanted from him, and it was hinted that would he be willing to turn against his own son openly in conflict and take his loyal followers against his loyal followers and see if that could be resolved. He hinted that he didn't know that he would be willing to do that, that while he was very aware of his son's plans to try and overthrow him very recently, that fighting violence with violence would only weaken his own position, that he didn't just have the heart to do that to his own son, even if it meant his own destruction. And he was very much a warrior in his earlier days, and by giving into his need for conflict, it caused more issues and loss for him. He described to you all that his son has a particular hatred for your kind, given the fact that in his earlier days, he waged war against the kindred to try and rid the lands of them, and followers of an elder kindred that he had destroyed sought him out and ended up killing his wife, his son's mother, in the process, and leading to this deep-seated hatred that the son has for kindred, even beyond what lupines naturally feel towards your kind. It was then mentioned about the anchors that were allowing the Nosferatu elder to expand the reach of his influence and power. And he kind of lit up with that and said that now that might be something that he could aid you with in helping to locate and destroy these things, thus limiting the spread of the elder's power and not allowing him to infect other lands. This seemed to be at least a point where he would think on if there was anything more he could do or how he wanted to go about to do this. Liam gave him the gemstone that had been imbued with Josephine's light spell, but then absorbed some of the corruption from the elder while you guys were in the well tunnel underneath St. Angelo. And he looked at that and said, oh, this might actually be useful, seeming to think that he could use that to maybe help locate these other anchors if you gave him a full day. He said to bed down here for the dawn. He swore to you that no harm would come to you, and that it would actually be dangerous for you to head back because it would be a higher chance that someone loyal to his son would see you guys coming and going, and thus alerting you of this secret, alerting them of this secret meeting.
Noah also gave him a vial of the corrupted blood.
Yes, he also had that too. Before he asked you to give him some privacy for the evening, Liam had one question to ask him if he would use his abilities to have past and future sight to look in on Henry and see what Henry's true intentions were, whether or not he meant to betray all of you. He began to chant and go into something of a trance as the pictures on the wall, seemingly to you all, seem to start to move and come to life, enacting different scenes of histories, and voices that seemed to be muffled and from another room that came from the paintings were coming through. Each of you were looking at different things. Some of these were pleasant memories of the life of these people and their homes and villages and the raising of children and the hunt. Others were of conflict, and a couple of you happened to focus in on a couple of these figures that you quickly realized were probably hinting to be kindred, as they were shown to have open mouths with red smeared around them and two little lines that seemed to indicate fangs. And almost near the top of the ceiling, near the beginnings of the origin of the Lupines, you see a massive conflict, a war between Lupines and kindred, and seemingly a shapeshifter that is going between the two, pitting one group against the other. As soon as you guys got done focusing on this, he snapped back and informed you that while Henry's intentions were pure and that he did actually see you all as allies, he had been in darkness for quite a long time, and when you shout in the darkness for long enough, it eventually can sometimes answer back. And that this new chapter in his life, he thinks he has control of it, but it is maybe an illusion, or at the very most a very weak control that if he loses will be dangerous for him and those around him. You all retired into the other chamber, the larger star room chamber, where you met three full-grown, in their battle form lupines who walked in, stared daggers at all of you, and walked in to speak with the elder. While you guys had some time to look amongst yourselves, Walter and Noah decided to join you all, and you took a closer look at this larger cavern. And different of you noticed different things, but what you eventually noticed was, okay, the star map was a very accurate star map, but there was one constellation that seemed out of place in the sense that it doesn't exist. It was a false constellation that I believe Wea noticed, or was it Liam? I know it's one of the two of you. Okay. Wea noticed that it was actually in the shape of a wolf's head, looking down seemingly at a spot on the floor. You guys then started noticing that right under that spot, as you moved some dirt, there was a in the dirt pressed in handprint on the ground, with a what looks like a word in, again, a language you guys don't know, but looks like scratch marks in the palm of it. You then started looking around at the floor and realizing that where the stalagmites were, and where the different hills and everything else, and where the condensation, I should have mentioned, the condensation was coming from in the room with the elder. There were natural steam geysers that were coming up, creating a very thick steam in there.
Wow.
When you go back to the main room, you notice that the condensation, as it's running down and forming these little tricklets of water in correlation with where the stalagmites are, is a recreation of the local topography around this area. And Liam and everybody else started doing the math, and you found Taylorsville and St. Angelo and the Mission and your guys' home. And you also found different markings with a print that had red smeared on it. And using your senses, you found that that red was very old, dried blood. However, the one where your guys' home was relatively newer, seeming that the Lupines were actually keeping track of kindred activity in the area. And you saw in Jacksonville what would have been like where the Golden Goose is, and different things like that. So it seems that they are very much mapping out the area and mapping out potential threats. And you were able to suss out that the one handprint with the scratch mark in the palm, right above where the wolf is looking, is where their home base is, where their tribe lives, the secret village you guys have been trying to suss out where it is. And you were able to at least tell, it might not be, other than Wea who can fly, it might not be something you could take a straight shot to. You might still have to translate the book that Henry is working on for how to get there on foot or via horse, but you at least know the general area where the home base seems to be. The other Lupines came out and basically warned all of y'all that they did not trust you, they did not trust your intentions, and that if you made one step out of line, they would do their duty and end you all.
Duty.
You were also warned to not go into their sleeping chambers, and you were warned not to go down a side chamber that, of course, instantly some of you decided to investigate, where you were told to stay out of the spider's web. And in going down this path where it started to branch out in many different directions, you saw a carved in symbol of a spider up above and decided that you were going to heed the chieftain's warning and not follow it further down the path that he told you to beware of. You all bedded down.
Oh, we didn't waken Shelob?
No.
Thank God.
You all bedded down for the dawn, awoke uninjured, and decided to check in on the chieftain. As you came in, you noticed slightly more moisture in the room, and the smell of blood was heavy in there. You could not really see him as you saw a figure sitting on his chair, but the steam was extremely thick and hard to see. Wea decided to approach, only to see the chieftain's stomach ripped open, entrails spilling out, having been dead for a little bit of time, with 2 puncture wounds in the side of his neck, and you guys realizing that what you've been stepping in is actually blood, and you now have the scent of blood all on you. In his blood. You realize that he was holding something as you hear howls not far off. Wea pried it open, and it was the gemstone. Oh, I'm constantly forgetting things. Right before you all awoke, you got one last vision from him saying, take the stone, break the anchors, weaken the bonds. You took the gemstone, and on it there seemed to be a swirling of that black energy inside the green crystal, with little scratch mark, almost like lettering or runes carved into it. It seems that he's giving you something that might be helpful to your cause. As some of you quickly look around and started going, oh my God, we've been set up. And that's where we ended the last session.
Yep.
So we're in a little bit of danger.
Yeah. I'm in danger.
So with that being said,
Another day. In the life of the
let's go
Spurs.
ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Tumbleweeds and Tombstones.
I don't wanna.
Have I been given
Possibly the
permission
last.
Have I been given permission to screen share?
Yeah. That should be good.
You consent to share your screen?
Consent.
Ooh.
We have a new program.
New program.
You have rough clawed edges. Just as were described to me.
Yes. And Lyman, for your
What?
You muted yourself, sir. Mr. Storyteller.
okay, so this is the color reference for everybody.
Wonderful.
So if we scan back over here, this right here is the fire pit. These are the steam geysers, the wooden stool seats. This is the body of the elder. This is Wea, Liam, Atris, Adele, Walter, Noah, Sonoy. So you guys hear howling in the not far difference, answered by more howls further away. What do you all do?
Okay, I think it's time to make a silent, invisible retreat if possible.
Oh, I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah, let's get out of here. No use staying.
I mean, do we not want to like cut the neck to make sure it doesn't show the button?
I don't even want to touch the body at all. The fact that we got this runestone is enough.
No, we're already knee deep, literally in it. We need to get out now.
By the way, Wea, I'll say you notice this because you're the closest to where the body is. His eye sockets are completely empty.
Jesus.
It looks like someone went and ripped, like you see the scratches along the edges of the eye sockets. It looks like, actually, go ahead and give me a perception
Well,
plus medicine roll.
Okay, I'm good at that. Plus medicine.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh, it didn't fall. Five.
With 5 successes, that's definitely more than enough. It does not look like it was just a violent act of like blinding him. It actually looks like it was done post-mortem where someone took effort to remove the eyes. And you guys do remember, for a reminder, especially for those of us who weren't here last session, he did have a yellow and blue eye. one that seemed to allow him to look towards the future, one that seemed to look towards the past.
But two that looked fierce.
That's ugh. All right.
As you guys are there, you hear loud and quick footsteps approaching.
Oh yeah, we're fucked.
All right, shall we?
I don't think if they see us, there's no way.
Claw the throat real quick.
We
There
should
is some evidence.
get to the wall.
Get to the wall, get to the outside, so as soon as they get in, we can silently get out.
Okay, we do
Let's-
that.
All right, let's do this now. And Atris is going to cast her Silence of Death to get her silence, and cast her Cloak of Gathering to cloak everyone.
All right. How many people does that affect?
It's
I
just
can
a radius.
No, with Cloak of the Gathering, I have to do, it's the amount of stealth dots, so I have 4 dots, so I can cover 4 people. So I will cover everyone who is not Noah, because I know he can cover himself.
Fine
Oh,
by me.
Liam will just
Also-
obfuscate himself then.
I'll cloak me and Sonoy.
Liam, do you have how many dots in obfuscate do you have?
I have 3.
Okay. So that gets all of you.
He's thinking. He's thinking.
And what are you guys doing? Are you staying put or where are you moving? Because what's the radius of it?
Of Cloak the Gathering, it is see, that's the thing, like the let me double check the page. Cloak the Gathering, see, it doesn't
15, 20-foot radius, something like that.
see, it doesn't give a radius. That's the thing. Neither Cloak the Gathering nor
Oh, cloak the. Oh,
No,
sorry.
it just
Cloak
should
the
be that
Gathering. No.
the
It's
silence of
very
death should have a
silence-
radius.
The silence has a radius. The cloak of the gathering.
Oh yeah, Silence
does
of Death
not.
has the radius. Yes, that's the I keep
Or,
forgetting.
so are you all sticking with Atris then?
Yes.
And are you staying where you are? Or are you moving off to the side?
We said we were going to move towards the wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which one?
I'm
To the left or
making
to the right?
motions toward the farther wall
Yeah. The
from
farther right
here.
wall.
So the right,
So here?
I guess.
Yeah,
North,
bottom
the
right
east
corner.
wall.
Oh, here.
Bottom right. So south east.
Okay, so you're all bunched up over here.
Come on, get in the pile.
All right. All right. And then because yeah, I think we established in the past because it didn't say that it lasts for as long as it can be within eyesight. So if you break eyesight with the caster, then it's too far away kind of deal.
Okay.
Just because it's not like you can go like, oh, I'm gonna cast this and then the person's gonna ride 3 miles ahead of me kind of thing, invisible. All right. So you see 2 of the lupines come in their human forms. One of them, the middle-aged one, the other one, a younger actually female person. Both of them seem to be dressed in the Comanche style. And they come through and immediately they're looking down at the blood on the ground. One of them stays right, the woman stays here. The other one comes and runs up. No! Gah! I knew we couldn't trust them. Look what they did. Are we sure it is them? Who else would it have been? He trusted them and look what happened.
Silently, Liam just yells, "It's a tie! It's a tie!"
Liam pops up in the corner and immediately gets killed. Roll new character. And they both instantly, you see them transform, the fur ruffling out, the muscles going. The older one being a black and silver gray-haired wolf, while the other one is in a brown fur, and each of them holding weapons and things like that. As you hear the older one standing by the now body of the elder. And you hear an answer from outside of the cavern a little ways off. Like a couple of different howls being answered. And they as they seem to be talking to each other, and they both head out of the room. So, what do you all do, keeping in mind that you are currently in a cone of silence where no sound can happen, and you are all blurry, invisible blobs?
I breathe heavily, but in silence.
I start a group hug.
No touching.
I will gently walk out a little bit.
Same.
Okay.
Like I'm trailing to look out that hallway on the way out
Okay.
Yeah,
and see how far away they're getting.
I'll do that too.
Yeah, if I can see everyone shimmer, I'm gonna
And
try to
once I feel like I'm outside the cone of silence, I stage whisper, "This might be our chance to get out of here."
And I will get my shimmery ass back towards the hallway.
Do I de-obfuscate from that?
No. I will say that the two of you that are outside the cone of silence make a dex plus stealth roll, because there is a lot of moisture on the ground, so we are making sure that your footfalls do not cause a splash or something that's going to echo in this cavernous tunnel.
Okay. 2 successes.
Let's see.
Okay.
Perception plus alertness plus
Normal difficulty?
yeah, I'll say normal difficulty,
Oh, thank the Lord.
because I'm being nice.
We will not be defeated by water this day, unless we are. 4 successes.
Nice.
All right. You're able to kind of soft shoe it a bit and not make a big splash. So yeah. I'll say you guys can talk. You say that might be our chance. What do you guys do down? Yes, Atris, you do see them shimmer, so I'll say you move here just so that way you're still keeping everyone in eyesight.
Mhm.
Let's go. Let's get to the big chamber, and we'll stay together. And once we get to the big chamber, we gotta stay silent. This is the last time we talk until we get there.
Thumbs up, shimmer.
And if we hear them coming down, we come back and we just try to stick together and we don't talk. That's our 2 plans.
I'd like to walk out of the cone of silence just to mention, if we see them come in from the front door, are we hiding in the soldiers' quarters or in the spider's web?
No, the big area. If we can hide there, that's the best part until we can find a way out, or until we can get out. Once we get there, then we'll stay hidden until the coast is clear. We all ready to go? We shouldn't wait here and talk too long.
Gotta get going.
All right, and
Get outta here.
Let's go. And we all group up as best we can and silently and hopefully obfuscatedly.
He said silently, so we're completely silent, DM.
Yeah, no.
Spider farts, dude.
Open and shut
yes,
case.
we are spider farts. I'm gonna say that because of the cone of silence, I'm not gonna make you guys, because even if one of you made a mistake and kicked a rock or something like that, you wouldn't hear it. So as of right now, you're silent but deadly.
Yeah.
So I'll say y'all come out together, obfuscated. And you see across the way, one of them, the brown-haired female one, standing right in the path of the way you guys came into this room, and the older one standing a little bit ahead of her, holding a large spear, and kind of look around and you see him sniffing the air. And they seem, every so often they'll and they're barking and growling, seeming to communicate to each other in a language of their own.
Oh, Walter, just because you would have known this in game, as a show of good faith to show that we were not a threat, we did not bring any silver.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the big kicker to this is that
I
we
agreed to
have
that, did I?
zero-
All right.
I love how with the rest of the recap, like, okay, but it's the no silver. They just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Walter-
is a Tom Clancy's game right now.
I would have
Silver
needed
stuff.
to remove the silver from me because I've been carrying it everywhere. Only 6 bullets, I believe. It was either 6 or 12. I think it's 6. But I would have known that they would sense it, and I would have gotten rid of it anyway. So yes.
I think that was the main impetus of when some of you had considered sneaking it in, that they sensed it in the past, and sensing the one thing that could, kill all of them easily would probably end peace talks pretty rapidly.
But if
Noted.
we're in the big area, hide.
Okay. For Walter's edification in the large star room here, these are just different little rock piles that are around. These structures here are the bases of the stalagmites coming up from the ground.
Oh.
And the way that we came in was that hallway where the one wolf is blocking the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And this one being the one that was explored that eventually led to what they assumed to be the spider's web.
We were also
Shelop's lair. Okay.
we were also warned not to go down the spider's anus. I mean the spider's web.
Where do you think the web comes from?
We're big fans of spider farts.
The origin of spider farts.
It's fitting. Our other path is blocked.
So you
Oh.
guys are silent and mostly invisible. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say at this point, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay.
Just because
I'm scared.
Alright.
to avoid
Alright.
meta, I'm going to say that you guys, unless you're actually going to start talking amongst yourselves, each of you has to individually plan what you're going to do in this moment.
Oh, sure.
So far, I think what we've done up to this point, unless I'm wrong, is catching Walter up to what we have done, because I don't really land anything.
Yeah, no, so far you guys have not broken it, but
Awesome.
Where is the dice?
Okay, remember my. So let's.
so I have the chat up on the screen. If everyone can go ahead and type their initiative for me, please.
Wonderful.
I had to
Ooh.
get my gem dice out. Hold on.
Yep, same. That's a big number.
Oh, that's not that great. Oh boy. Ugh.
I somehow go before Walter. Weird.
No. I didn't roll an 8. Well, I mean, the die was an 8.
Ah, I see.
Oh yeah, so that's not your total roll. Your total roll will be what?
The
Oh,
total
his
was
total's 21.
21. So yeah, you'd be what, tied with Leia? Or no,
I don't think anyone's rolling a 21.
No, it was just Walter. Way I got a 12.
okay, sorry, that was Walter. Okay. W names.
Yeah, I typed it in 2 lines because I like to make things difficult.
Thanks, Lyman.
I know you've really missed that about me.
We just missed you in general.
Aw. Is that why you stabbed me while I was gone?
Here, Sean had you stabbed when he ran your character.
just like Sean as Bartleby burnt down that building.
Y'all could have stopped him.
At that point, too much had happened.
Yeah.
Hold on, I just realized I needed something.
We'd gone too far.
1 second.
We've driven the DM to need scotch.
Yeah.
Have to get another book. No.
What? Wait a second.
No.
Wait a second.
What?
Wait, hold on. What? How is that even a book in the first place?
What happened?
He has the werewolf book.
What?
Specifically,
Werewolf?
the Wild West one.
Of the Wild West, yes.
What fresh hell is this?
Why are we not playing that?
Because we're playing vampires, or at least you guys are. But yes, there is the werewolf. As I said, these games are all part of the bigger World of Darkness universe, and in one of those is the Werewolf the Apocalypse. And
Yeah. Oh, so they caused the apocalypse?
Where's
no,
our?
they
where's our,
actually tried to prevent it.
Oh, okay.
Where's our Wild West vampire book, White Wolf?
I think it actually got written not too long ago, as a matter of fact.
Start turning on lights.
I know there was a new
I think
Sabat book.
I know someone I can ask about that.
Yeah, I think they literally just came out. Either that or it was a Kickstarter that just happened, but it was a werewolf, a vampire Old West one, but it came out after we had already started playing. So I'm just
So they were inspired by us. Got it. Yep.
ready for that paycheck in the mail, guys. Anytime.
Yes, it was from the Bank of Wamu. You know, Washington Mutual. They're still around, right? Right.
Sure. Damn it, where is the forms? Is there something about?
This is not a prisoner of release form. Those are blue.
Hold on, I need to see. I know I have it somewhere here because unfortunately the vampire book only has werewolves in their human forms stats, not in their chaos form.
I'm okay with that.
You don't have to.
Yeah, no chaos forms, please.
Yes, chaos form.
Like, I know we like chaos under normal
We have to find the chaos emeralds.
As long as we have one ring in us when we get hit, we won't die. Wait, wrong game.
I am going to say, Wea, one of the things I'm going to need you to do when it comes to be a thing. There it is.
I don't like that tone.
There you are, my friend. So, given the nature of them and the innate fear that they instill in animals, if you guys approach them, I will say if you get much closer, you're going to have to start making courage rolls for Sonoy.
Oh shit.
because it is just an innate ability of theirs that in humans and animals, they trigger this natural fear because of them just being these horrid apex predators.
All right.
Kind of in the same way that, technically speaking, unless you guys have inoffensive to animals or a whole bunch of animal ken or whatever,
I have both of those.
animals that aren't ghoul to you guys naturally get extremely skittish and uneasy around vampires.
Liam would like to pick up small rocks.
Okay.
Walter mouths, "This is no time for stealing."
Okay.
Fucking klepto.
So that means that they're
Liam has part of a plan.
4 plus.
It involves rocks.
Okay.
If only I was a wizard.
I think that every day.
Just teleport. Fuck this, I'm out.
I mean, you could owl.
Is that how she's credited, Sean?
Lupine Woman 16.
Yes.
Pick one.
That's the ASL version of werewolf right there.
Yes, Liam now has a handful of an assortment of small rocks.
Yay.
Small rocker.
And did we roll for Sonoy?
Holy shit. He fucking destroyed initiative.
Maybe his hackles are up.
Sonoy with this.
Oh, they definitely are. Like, it's a good thing you have the cone of silence up of it, or they would be hearing growling. Okay, so as I understand it, it's going to go Walter, Atris, Lupine, Captain, Sonoy,
Ooh, excuse me.
Walter, Atris, Lupine, Captain.
Sounds like a
Lupine
weird like
Capitan.
memory device.
Noah,
Just Lupine Captain.
Captain Lupine. We can take him, right?
Why did I read Lupine Captain as Lupine Catwoman?
I would pay for that crossover.
Lupine Catwoman, is that what you said?
Would that make her a cat dog woman?
Dude, cat dog.
Dog.
Yes.
I remember that show.
Yes. Very much a lot of attached things.
Oh, there was that one show. Ed, and who was the third guy?
Ed I?
Oh, actually, I think Wea goes before Liam and Adele.
Oh, we're gonna do this again.
That's fine. I'll remember.
Yeah.
There's Lupine woman and then Lupine captain. My brain combined.
Captain and woman.
You said I go after Noah?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
after Noah,
Yeah.
but before Adele and myself.
Yep, I got you. There you go.
All right, let's dive.
Time to die.
I think that's
It's a good
everybody,
day
right?
to hide. I think so.
Yeah, everybody's
Alright.
already dead.
Catwoman will come in once Batman does. So, first up is Walter. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna shimmy. Shoot. What color is Atris again? Is she purple?
Red.
Red.
She's red.
Red,
Adele
okay.
is purple.
Oh, okay.
No,
So
not anymore.
yeah. Congrats. I'm gonna shimmy slowly forward toward the entrance where the werewolves are standing. Until I feel like I'm at the edge of this cone of silence thing.
How big is the radius of your cone of silence, Atris?
20 feet. So
Is that the radius of the radius of the diameter?
is
the radius.
So that'll be a 40-foot diameter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's big. And I don't know if
Okay.
Walter's gonna know that, but as soon as he hears his foot start to like softly, swoosh the water, he's gonna pull back and stop there. I want to hold my action, just in case, to do a second movement if there's danger.
Okay. So you're holding your action as a movement action.
To react to danger. Yeah.
Okay. Atris, you're up.
All right. Atris is gonna intently stay within the center of the group to ensure cone of silence affects everyone. She's also, with the best of her invisible shimmering form, going to try to gesture towards the southeast tunnel and try to see, like, hey, maybe we can go there. Of course, just wordlessly doing this while shimmering. So I don't know how successful this is going to be.
Okay. Everybody else other than Atris, give me a. This is going to be a wits plus empathy roll.
All right.
Difficulty is going to be 8 because she is also invisible. So you get no facial expressions, no direction of her eyes, just this predator-like blob doing the hokey pokey over in the center of you guys.
Hey, Macarena.
Are you gesturing us towards the anus?
Yes, towards the southeast tunnel. So yeah,
My reroll lowered it. I got 2 though.
I got 1.
Okay. 4. Okay, 2. I will say everyone except for Wea at least understands what Atris is. Whether or not you agree with this plan is up to you, but you at least understand what Atris is trying to suggest.
And that's going to be the extent of my actions.
Okay. Lupine Captain. Let's see here.
Sorry, but Walter would be like north a couple squares. He'd want to put that stalagmite between him and and that.
Not a problem. Let's see. I have so many new toys to play with.
No.
No, you don't.
Oh, just casually drop that in.
It's okay, guys. They're new toys. He will know how to do it 100%. We'll be fine.
What if I steal the book?
But they say the first time hurts, Chad.
Yeah, always the first.
Were you muted?
No, or I am.
Yeah.
You're not.
Well, we hear both of you, so everything's working.
Everything is awesome.
And it's not an echo.
Everything is not awesome.
Everything is fucked.
Not everything, just you guys.
Hi.
The werewolves are fine.
Oh yeah,
Didn't
that
even
makes
get
me feel
dinner.
so much better.
Fucked.
Hey, yeah, we did. We actually,
One of the werewolves is not fine.
Oh,
He
that's right.
died, and we didn't even have to lift a finger.
So Lyman,
Oh.
while Sean is looking that up, Atris tried to go hunting last night, and her drinking animal blood was the same as her drinking water. It did nothing for her.
Do you remember what I don't know if this was the last game you were in, but do you remember Atreus made a deal with the Jinn to release him for during the Yeah, we all knew that wasn't going to be clean.
He's leaving. He's gone.
Yeah.
he's gone to Mexico.
Still, can still see you.
It's like he's a giant in that western town.
And the plot thickens.
With not blood.
Fee, fi, ye, ha.
Oh
Liam's
no.
getting impatient.
Oh, Atris.
Hold on.
Atris.
This is why
Marsha.
Get rid of the Jinn.
Marshall.
I knew I was going to.
Okay, so cool. Yeah, let's see what some of that if that would help in this situation. I don't know that it does because they're trying to find you guys because they think it would be a good idea.
No, it's not.
As long as they're not metagaming, I don't mind.
Okay. All right. They're gonna actually hold their he's gonna hold his action until something happens. Sonoi's up.
I think he would stick with me. So I'm just gonna move him next to Wea.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a courage roll, please. At this distance, it's only going to be difficulty standard.
Courage. What is the courage? Uh-oh. I don't have that on Sonoi's sheet.
Okay. Let's see what we have for Sonoi.
I think this is the first time we've actually had to do this.
Yeah, Sonoi's usually braver than the rest of you, so
Daru.
Soaking axes.
we might have to Sonoi's getting such a powerful NPC, we might have to eventually just drop like a full character sheet for him.
Yeah, we should probably do that. I've upgraded him quite a bit.
All right, so does he have survival? I forget. No, because he's a wolf.
Nope.
Okay. We are going to do a just have him do a wits plus willpower.
Okay.
That sounds like a good compromise.
It's pretty good. What's the difficulty again?
5.
Oh. 4 successes.
Wea, you reach down to the blob that you assume is Sonoi, and you feel the hair on the back of his back sticking straight up, and he is fluffed up. You can tell and the bond you share with him, you can tell that he very much does not like what the fuck is going on, but he's at least keeping it together and staying with you guys.
All right.
All right, are you gonna have him? Is he gonna hold an action? Is he gonna?
I guess he'll hold movement to move with me.
Okay.
That sounds good.
All right. The Lupine woman is going to hold her action. Noah, you're up. You are muted, sir.
I'm gonna move as far to the southeast as I can within the cone. Slowly scooting out of here.
I'll say you can get to about there before you're outside the range of where you take another step and you hear a small little scrape. And let's see if they.
Oh no.
Will they hear?
Okay, go ahead and make a Dex plus stealth roll. We're going to have it be against their hearing to see if that registered.
But it's silence.
Right, but he's going to try and find the edge of the silence. To find the edge of the silence, you have to
Ah.
eventually not hear silence.
Oh, Lyman, new home, same cat.
I'd
Yeah,
hope so.
we didn't replace the cats during the move.
5?
So I got
Okay.
5.
You didn't just leave the cats.
Little Lord of the Flies situation back at the old
This is
apartment.
going to come down to this one rolled 2 10s, so he's currently at 4 successes. So it depends on how this reroll goes.
If he rolls another one, he
Oh,
goes straight to
one.
jail.
Gosh.
That is a 3 and a 6. So yep, you see this one right here who's been sniffing the air. Ears immediately perk up and he looks off in this direction. He was holding an action, so let's see his movement. Oh, sure, I can go back to that page. Okay. That puts him. You guys see coming around this corner of the, and coming up here, you see him approaching Spear at the ready as he's coming. And by the way, this spear, especially I described them last time, but for the sake of Walter, these are lupine-sized spears. I mean, you're looking at something that's close to 10 feet tall and having a spear proportionally sized, where the shaft of this thing is like yay big around.
Can you describe the shaft more?
Ice Queen squeal in delight.
It is extremely rigid. It looks like it could do a lot of damage. I mean, it really is just going to impale someone.
I mean, is the bark still relatively rough? Like, can you feel the ridges, or has it been smoothed out?
It looks like it's been rubbed down quite frequently.
Okay.
I love this.
This is a well taken care of tool.
Okay.
Polished.
Polished, one could say. Cherished. It's definitely made out of some kind of hardwood. Penis. Anyway. So, this is what you signed up for, people. This is what you signed up for. This hard-hitting content here. Anyway, so yeah, he is definitely getting closer. By the way, what did you all decide to do with your oil lanterns?
I mean-
going. They would probably.
I'm gonna say if you guys didn't think about it, it's probably going to be that I'm gonna say that you carried them in with you to see into the into the little chamber that the elder was in, but that is actually something to discuss.
I mean,
Carrying them,
would those go invisible too?
those would break the obfuscate, because the whole point of obfuscate is that you're hypnotizing people, bringing shadows in to help hide you. Having a literal beacon is going to definitely be something that would break obfuscate.
I would
So
think.
then just
I would
as
think.
far as it,
I would think Atrix as a trained assassin would know that light would break obfuscate.
Yeah.
and within game context, we the very least we know that the one way in is a way out, and we know if we hug the wall to the right, that would lead us out that way.
Right. So what I am going to say is, other than hugging the wall, everybody's going to be at and actually other than Wea, who can see in the dark and has his supernatural eyes, your movement even at full speed is going to be halved. And trying to do any attacking is going to be at essentially what I'm going to make as a higher difficulty, just because you barely can see anything in this room. You are underground. There's no natural light source. It seems that these Lupine are probably hunting by mostly smell and hearing rather than sight. So it seems you definitely will be at a disadvantage when it comes to being able to see, because it's pretty much pitch black in here.
So will they.
I will say, and I'll go ahead and draw it on here.
Not shapes, anything but shapes.
Right here.
Unless you're in Australia, then shapes are delicious, apparently.
Is a torch that is burning and stuck in the ground that's providing a bit of light, I'll say, in a good 15-foot radius around that torch.
So we can at least see that glow.
Yes. Which is why I'm allowing you guys to say that you can see at all, because otherwise it would be complete blackness, and you guys would all be having to roll for the blind merit. All right, that's but Noah, you definitely feel like, though he heard a little scraping of something coming from this basic direction, it's not like he sees you. It's not like you broke obfuscate. It was just in testing to see the barrier of Atrus's cone, the foot made a small scraping noise, but again, you're in a cavern. There's echo and distortment. They can't pinpoint exactly where you're at. It's just you, with their super keen hearing, that you might get the ideas similar to, if not maybe even better than Wea's with his wolf ears. They are definitely very intently listening for any little sound, thinking that you guys are definitely still in here somehow. You moved. Is there any other action you would like to take, Noah?
No. Staying as still and quiet as I could.
Cool.
Try not to shimmer.
Okay. It is Wea's turn.
Oh man. I think I'm gonna move next to Walter, kind of hugging that northern wall. Not all the way against the wall, still staying inside the cone.
Okay.
But me and Sonoy are gonna kind of get tight right there with Walter.
Okay, so you're having Sonoy's held action be that you're moving for him.
Yeah,
to move
he's
with
moving
you.
with me. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. His held action as a movement is moving with me.
Okay, cool.
Like a security guard dog.
Right. Sounds good. All right, that is now Liam's turn.
So you know those rocks Liam got?
Yes.
don't make that face, Adele.
Who could forget?
I
I
think you
think I know what you're gonna do,
and
and that's what I was aiming at earlier.
So Liam is going to, as hard as he can, chuck one of the rocks toward the entrance for the spider's anus. I mean, spider's web.
Okay. I'm trying to think if that would break obfuscate or not.
Because I already have them in my hand. So it's just a motion.
Sure, we have shotguns in the Cone of Silence. I don't know how much this would be any different as a projectile.
No, he's wondering if it would break my obfuscation.
I would say
You're
since you're
killing it in cone.
technically it breaks if it does anything that makes a lot of noise or is an attack. Since you're not throwing the rocks at them, I will say I will allow it to be something that does not break your obfuscate.
Okay, so this is what, strength athletics for the throw?
Yes. Basically, we're trying to go for distance and aim. I'm gonna say if you're trying to just throw it in the direction, right? You're not actually trying to hit the tunnel.
Yeah, no,
that would be one hell of a throw for you.
Yeah, no, just trying to get in that direction.
Okay. Go ahead and make your throw. I'd say difficulty 7.
I hate this game. I hate this game.
What did you do?
I didn't botch, but I got a 0.
That's a much nicer number than a negative number.
Well, I got 2 successes and 2 1, so yeah, I canceled out.
All right. You go to throw one of the rocks, and because it's a little bit slippery, you're also a bit nervous. It slips from your fingers and just goes like a foot or two, still within the cone of silence, making no noise. Well, because it wasn't a botch. If it was a botch, it would be something that would fuck you over.
Right.
But it lands within the cone of silence and just. And other than your pride, you're glad that you're invisible, that no one saw that. But you have a quick moment of, this is why I don't do sports. And that is your turn. Adele, it is your turn.
I still had movement.
Oh, movement. Okay.
Just move me slightly west, like towards Walter and way. So not north, but just west.
How much?
Like 1 square before Walter.
That could be a unit of years, like before Walter.
All right, it is Adele's turn.
Figure out what I can even do. I guess first I want to start moving closer to like the wall for sure and be like against it.
I know you don't have a lot of movement. How many squares do you normally get to move?
I think with my updated like polarity and everything, I think it was about 6 or 7.
Okay, and half because of the darkness, that would be 3 or 4. So I'll say it took you 2 of those 4 to get to the wall.
I think I'm going to spend a willpower because I have to, since they're technically supernatural beings, and read the thoughts of the one closest to us.
And that's against his
manipulation and subterfuge.
Okay.
And difficulty is target's current willpower.
Okay, that's going to be difficulty 7.
Got 4.
You go ahead and try to read his thoughts, and you're just not able to get through. It's not like you've tried these abilities before of like trying to use an ability against a vampiric elder where there's a solid wall and you know there's no chance of getting through, but you just get the idea that these are very willful creatures, very strong in spirit, and this time you just weren't able to. You don't know if it's maybe because your focus is somewhat split between trying to stay quiet and keeping an eye on your surroundings, but then also trying to let your brain shift into the astral plane, or if it's just that these are very willed creatures, but you feel like you were close, but you just weren't able to break through to get into its mind.
Darn.
Okay, that was Adele. So top of the round, Walter.
So I saw him walk toward us. Did I? His outline.
Yeah, you saw him move from being like just over here to him making his way over and around down here.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna wheel around and look at Atris's direction, like the center of our group, I mean direction. And kind of think about the spastic gestures she was making. I'm gonna go up north a couple squares, hug the wall, and I'm going to hold an action to follow the group. I was gonna say follow Atris mainly, but like if Walter gets the impression that it's not just one person splitting away from the group, Walter's gonna follow with one movement action.
Go ahead and give me a perception alertness.
Okay.
Difficulty is going to honestly be 9, just because you guys aren't visible in a dimly lit area.
Yep. All right. I might buddy system and place a hand on Wea's formidable bicep while there. You said diff 9?
I did.
Did you? I'm sitting on 4 success. No, wait. Yeah, 4 successes. Let's re-roll these.
All right.
Well, it ended up being 4.
Okay.
Holy.
Okay, so at 4 successes, you're noticing that some of the group has been staying put. There's still some of the shimmers that you're seeing, the distortions a little bit where you guys were. You notice some other blobs are going closer to the wall. And one blob seems to have split from the group and is heading southeast.
Okay. I'm keeping my eye out.
Okay.
In that case.
And what are you holding your action for?
To move with the group.
Cool. Okay, Atris, you're up.
Oh, so first off, she needs to figure out, like Walter, where everyone else is. Because she, I don't know how well she's managed to track everyone.
I will say that if you want to spend your turn like Walter did in trying to perceive that, it'll be perception, alertness, diff 9.
Her overall goal is to cover and stay with the group, so she's not going to want to drift away. So she needs to make sure she knows where everyone is. Oh, 1, 2, 4 successes.
Okay. Same thing. You see that some of the group has split off this way. There's a blob right in front of you, and one of them has split off the other way. You very much know from the one single one off to your left and the group that's moved off to your right, they are right on the edges of your cone of silence, if not slightly past it for some of them. So you know very much that because they're going in opposite directions, you're all spread very thin on one more foot out of place and people will definitely be out of the cone.
So in this instance, I suppose she too will hold her action to move with everyone, because she will very much want to keep everyone in their cone of silence. So if she sees that everyone is at the very boundary, she will not want to move.
Okay. All right, then it is the Lupine captain's turn. I just remembered something.
No.
You don't have to.
Bring it.
Hey Noah, what page was your flaw on the graveyard dirt one?
Can we just turn that page back?
Remember, smell exists now.
Well, because again, I need to see that it doesn't say anything about it negating, because normally obfuscate, because it's a hypnosis, not a actually turning invisible,
Right.
It normally works against everything. Like it works against smell, sight, it's
why they can't smell the blood.
So it's on page 481, and the description here says, you exude an odor of dampness, which it should be in this cave, and newly turned earth, which may or may not be in this cave. The smelling of the grave, not of the corpses.
I like this rationale. We're
If
in
anything, he probably smells fresher than this cavern.
because I mean all the steam vents and like the moist dirt.
I will say that since it only
that
says that it
werewolf
affects social rules, that you're good for right now. Because if I remember the description of obfuscate, that's the thing where a lot of people get it wrong. They think it's actually becoming a chameleon and turning invisible, when really you're just hypnotizing people to ignore you and look over you, kind of thing. It's why it doesn't work against in future reference games. It doesn't work against like security cameras, cell phones, technology, basically, because you can't hypnotize technology. All right, so he's going to not smell you, but he is going to try and track you. Because obfuscate does not work against footprints. All right. So he is now right there. You see him very carefully walking. He's, for something this size, you guys don't hear him make a sound as he's approaching, except for you can very quietly hear breathing. And he is sniffing, and you see him get down low to the ground, and he is looking at the dirt on the ground, and you see him searching around. It doesn't seem like he's caught it yet, but he is definitely a hound dog on the trail. That is his turn. Actually,
No, actually. You already said.
yeah, I'll say because I already said he won't burn celerity this turn for additional turns.
Don't you tell us we have to say that at the
Which
beginning?
is why I'm saying that I'm not doing it. I'm holding myself to the same rules I hold you guys to.
Suck it.
Adele takes one ag because I said so. Now her hair just catches on fire. All her dresses evaporate.
Oh, at least now we can see.
The pale glow of Adele's flesh in the cave. All right, so that was his turn. Sonoy.
He's gonna.
Oh, he definitely needs to make a courage roll, by the way. Or what we said, the wits plus willpower. Now it's going to be difficulty 7 because of how close this thing has gotten.
How high is the ceiling? Kinda.
You're looking at it being about around 15 feet tall.
6.
These guys are a good 6.
Wow.
Okay. Sonoy's holding firm. But yeah, these things are a good 10 feet, like 9-10 feet.
Yeah, they have to fit in here.
So the ceiling itself is about another 5 feet above that.
Hmm.
With it being lower in certain places with like the stalactites coming down.
So Sonoya rolled real high.
Yeah, Sonoy rolled extremely high. Sonoy seems to be doing okay. Is Sonoy doing anything other than sticking close to you, Wea?
No, and he will hold his movement to move with me.
Okie dokie. Lupine woman.
Hey.
Lupine woman. Stay
No, I
away
was
from
gonna
me.
do that.
Lupine woman.
Man.
I was thinking,
Mama, let me be.
Lupine woman.
Oh,
Found it up.
That's a good one too.
Lupine woman, walking in the cave. Lupine woman, making a deck save.
That's only once we
was-
throw
that was
something at
pretty
her.
Good.
We need to put together a CD of the Spurs sing the World of Darkness anthems.
For you.
Okay.
I think he's trying to kill us.
All right, she's gonna hold her action. Seems to be her mission is guarding this exit, so she's gonna keep doing that. But she is very carefully keeping an eye out of the direction that her companion went.
She is Lupine and she's guarding the store. Guardy door. Guardy door.
All right, Noah. You're seeing this thing approach, and it is now, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, just about like 25 feet away from you as this hulking form of this thing is getting low to the ground and sniffing around and looking at the marks in the dirt on the ground and holding its spear at its side at the ready.
I don't like doing this, but I'm gonna take out my flask from my inventory
Okay.
and chuck it as hard south as I can.
Okay. So go ahead and give me a strength. Strength plus athletics. because you're going for distance, not accuracy. So
Going for speed.
he went the distance.
Four.
Okay. Whoosh. Ping, 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 as it echoes in the chamber, and both of them, and they are definitely now looking this way as you throw it in this direction. And let's see if he's dumb enough to fall for.
Stupid dog.
Two stupid dogs.
This is just gonna be a
It's not,
This is just like a 90s television throwback. Cat dog, two stupid dogs.
Yeah, no, he's not going to realize that was something thrown and look in the direction. So he's just going to think that the noise came from over there. So, all right, that was Noah's move. Liam, unless you're going to move, are you going to move,
I
Noah?
also wanted to do movement. Yes, I wanted to run towards Atris. Maybe not run, but definitely start shuffling as fast as I can and get closer to the group.
Okay.
Shuffle.
All right. That was Noah's move. It is now Wea's turn.
And it's my turn again.
Yeah. Funny how that happens.
I will hold my movement for Atris's movement. Oh, I guess I can't see Atris, so that doesn't count.
Now, I will say, guys, technically speaking,
Try.
you can hold actions, not movement.
I'm holding my action for a movement.
But since
that
dash
acceptable?
is an action,
Right. I'll give you guys the dash action.
Yes, that is wholeheartedly what I mean.
But that also means that you're dashing, not stealthily creeping.
Well, yeah, but as long as we're in the cone, oh well, I gotta be stealth for it, obviously. Man,
Yeah, I'll say you can hold the dash action.
I guess I'll just do that.
Okay.
Because I can't. Can I try and perceive Atris?
I will say it's going to be impossible to tell which shimmery blob is Atris versus everybody else, especially since I don't think you're bloodbound to Atris, correct?
I am not.
only,
Okay.
yeah, just me and Liam are bloodbound.
Yeah. So then I'm going to say no, because at this point it's dimly lit. You guys are invisible and you can't distinguish what, like, I'm only allowing you to distinguish like Walter and Sonoy because you're bloodbound to them and you're really close to them, and Sonoy's a little bit lower to the ground.
Walter's literally touching you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait for Walter to move to dash.
Okay. Then it is Liam's turn. This thing, it now has its back to you, but it is like 10 feet away from you.
now is it still like on all fours, like, you know, sniffing the ground? Okay, here's my question. You know when the cat gets in your face
Mm-hmm.
and the tail is up and you can see
You're wondering if we're getting the wolf sphincter action
Yes.
going on? Okay.
God damn it!
Really?
I will say that he's wearing pants.
damn, okay, never mind. Well, just because, does anyone else remember when I juiced that giant like mutant rat and I have the acidic blood in a vial?
I mean, yeah, okay. So he does have pants on, but I will say that he's pivoted around and he does have his back to you, and he's kind of at the superhero sense because one hand is still holding the spear, and it's the other two, he's on his knees and with the other hand down as he kind of pivoted around quickly to look at the source of the sound.
But I'm still within the cone.
You are, yes.
what I am gonna do is I am actually going to fire my gun
Okay.
because we've done that before and it didn't break.
Yes.
Well, no, it breaks obfuscate. It just doesn't break the cone.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Because technically speaking, if you attack them,
Then it breaks it.
yeah. Where it
But-
doesn't break it, if I'm remembering correctly from what we did in the past, is if you just fire it like out or something like that. But if it's, because I believe as it reads, it's anything that would break it because of noise or because of an attack would
Right.
break the obfuscate.
No,
Because otherwise, then
wanna,
it's
I
a big
definitely want to
hack.
shoot. I definitely want to shoot like southeast towards the end of the cavern wall.
Okay, so you want to hit like over here?
Well, just somewhere in that general direction.
Okay. Go ahead and take a shot.
Okay, so I got 4 successes.
You don't hear the gun go off, which is usually the loudest noise of a firearm discharging. What you do hear is a ping as it hits the wall and goes off. And the thing kind of instinctively ducks even lower to the ground. And let's see, I'm going to have him roll wits. That's going to be 4 successes on 4 dice. Turns around. Eyes are not locked on any of you specifically. It's more like the eyes are scanning, and you see what little bit of light is coming from the torchlight over here, somewhat reflecting on the sides of them. And he is just full on these fangs that are about the size of steak knives, just growling as drool is starting to come down, as it does look like you chipped some of the writing that was in. Well, you can't really see that because it's pitch black and it's over
It
there.
needed punctuation, Sean.
It needed a comma.
The Oxford
that makes sense.
Yes, the Oxford comma. All right, you did that. Do you want to move at all?
The only movement I will make would be grabbing the vial of the acid blood and just having it ready in my hand.
Okay, fair enough. Adele.
We still have our other weapons, right? So I still have like my knife and my little.
Yeah, you guys didn't get rid of anything that wasn't silver tipped or had silver in it. You still had, you guys weren't going to go to this meeting unarmed, but that didn't seem to bother the elder that you guys had weapons on you, just that they weren't silver.
Then I think I will have my knife ready. So I'm just gonna kind of hold, just in case, like, yeah.
Then at that point, we are at the top of the round, and it is Walter's turn. You are definitely seeing that this thing is getting closer, and it is scanning over the area that you guys are around very carefully. But still, again, by just tracking the movement of its eyes, does not seem to have honed in on any specific location.
Well, is his body and like feet turned toward us?
more towards the tunnel that you guys came out of. I mean,
Right on.
so
Okay.
some of you that are in that line of sight,
Okay.
some of the blobs that are in that line of sight, yes, but more specifically towards that tunnel. You get the idea that maybe he's scanning to see if someone like peeked around the corner and took a shot, or you know, they're a little bit confused because they didn't hear a gunshot. So,
All right. For my last that last perception roll I made was sort of good. So did I see Noah do that kind of, or at least did I see the throw kind of?
I'm gonna say you saw that there was a blob, and
Or
then
I heard it maybe.
you heard the ping, 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 ping as the thing
Yeah,
hit
okay.
down.
All right. Okay.
So far, we've heard any noise that's been emitted outside of the cone of silence.
Oh, mm-hmm. All right. So Walter is going to creep further around this wall. And he's gonna do it real sneaky beaky like.
Okay, I'm going to need you to. Are you gonna have like hand on the wall so that way it can kind of guide your limited vision?
Something like that, yes.
All right.
I
I will
like
say.
skimming it with
Yeah.
yeah.
I will say you're at half movement, and go ahead and make a Dex plus Stealth roll.
I shall do that.
Difficulty 7, just because there's a little bit of this stuff on the ground that can make noise, and because you are now exiting the cone of silence.
Yes, I am. And throw in a reroll. Ooh, these are some nice numbers. Thank you, Dice Jail. I'm gonna throw this one in there though. 2, 3, 4, 4, 4.
Okay. You feel you're extremely silent. As a matter of fact, let me just roll his perception. Because these are all contested rolls at this point, because they are actively trying to find you guys.
It hopefully makes it more difficult for him that I.
Oh, it absolutely does. Yeah, they have an extremely high
invisible.
difficulty. But they're also going by sound, not just sight. Nope. They don't. You don't see any change in his body language or
Ooh.
anything else.
That's real good for me. All right.
What's half your movement?
3.5, I suppose. No, wait. Nope. 4.5.
So that puts you about right there.
So, I'm gonna, man, I'm gonna hold an action to throw something as a distraction in reaction to danger.
Could you be a little bit more specific about? Yeah, could you make it be a little bit more specific about danger, because you guys are currently very much in danger.
If we, well, if we're made, as it were, if we're about to be, if Walter thinks that we're about to be made,
Okay.
and like obviously we're real close to that.
Okay.
Walter's gonna chuck his Bowie knife from his holster.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Good to know. All right, Atris, you're up.
All right. Atris will kindly, if she sees everyone kind of congregating to the west, will now position herself a little bit more to the west so she can continue giving silence coverage to everyone.
Question. Does my movement trigger Weia's movement? And thus, Sonoya's?
Well, that's right. You guys were all waiting for each other, and you said that was the trigger. So I do need both Weia and Sonoy to make stealth rolls.
Okay.
Technically, Atris is a part of that as well, so I don't know what order of succession that would be.
Unfortunately, it would be Walter, Wea, Sonoy, because they were each of the ones holding their action, and then it's on Atris's turn.
Atris was also holding her action to move.
I think Atris was holding the same action actually before they were even.
Right after Walter.
Right, but then we get to the end of the round, and now we're back up to. Well, I guess at that point, we don't have to roll for Wea, and because we got to the top of the round, so it's a new round. So I think we're okay. I think Atris can just move.
Yeah, so Atris will just. If she needs to roll another perception awareness, so be it. But if she can perceive where everyone is, she wants to make sure she's in the center to provide silence coverage with it to everyone.
Okay, I'll say you were. I'll let you use your pass roll that you were keeping an eye on everyone's blob. I'll say you can move like right here. I will say 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll say.
Well, this blob is still, in order to get everybody, this blob is still outside of the range of your cone of silence.
Okay.
But in order to get everybody else, you got to stay about right here.
Yeah, be pragmatically concentrating on the largest group.
Now, I will say, here's the other thing that I'll say that this is your common sense for the night.
Okay.
You know that the Lupine would also be affected by the cone of silence.
All right.
Is Atris going to position herself so that way the Lupine is inside or outside of the cone of silence?
I think the silence would reveal us, so she would be positioning herself strategically so that she's going to try to keep the Lupine outside of the cone of silence.
Okay. So what I'll say is Atris, seeing the Lupine get closer, is going to back up towards where the wall is, because that still puts, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That still puts all these people inside, but puts the Lupine, if the Lupine gets any closer, it's going to be within the cone of silence. But as it is right now, it's where you can be in order to keep the majority of the group within the cone without putting the Lupine in the cone. Because otherwise, if Atris decides to either move back or move forward, there's going to be more people that are outside of the cone.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know what that machine's called, but it feels like that torture machine where her arms and legs are being stretched right now.
The rack?
Yeah.
It's funny that Atris doesn't remember the name of that. All right. Lupine Captain, his turn. He's going to keep trying to track you guys. Ooh, okay, I get to re-roll those.
No.
Okay, so that's 6 successes. So what you guys see is you see him move forward, and as is with the power of obfuscate, he seems to almost instinctively brush by Liam.
It's easy. Daniel's in the bathroom right now, so he's not hearing this.
Gets down, and you see him looking at the dirt, and he's looking at something, and you see his eyes narrow, and he sticks his head up to go, and then you see the snarling happen as he is now looking really intent around. He is, and you see him with the spear starting to go like this in front of him. Again, he didn't spend celerity this turn, so but he's getting the idea that there's some fuckery happening.
Is he now within the cone?
He is now within the cone. He's actually literally right in front of you. Like he's not looking at you. You're looking at his right side, but he is like a foot away from you.
So I can see his ear hole.
I mean, it's a good.
You and holes, man. I swear.
It's a little bit up above you, but yeah, you can see his ears, and they're not to the side like our ears are. They're like dog ears where they're going forward and they're constantly twitching and moving where he's trying to pick up on any little sound. But yes. All right, that was his turn. Sonoy, please make a courage roll for Sonoy. Difficulty is 8.
That's a botch.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Here we go, boys.
Look, we're made.
Well, remember, technically, obfuscate only drops for it unless for all of you if the person who cast it dropped it.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm going to be rolling a d4. Pick a number between 1 and 6.
Easy, just pick 5 or 6 and that die will never roll that.
3.
Okay. So that was not the number. So I basically was giving it where if you pick the number, Sonoy was going to stay put. Where do you happen to have a could you just roll one of your d10s for me and let me know if it's odd or even?
It's odd.
Okay. Sonoy breaks out, breaking the obfuscate as he goes running blindly back into the chamber. As he appears and starts running as he is in full panic, and once he breaks the cone of silence, right, as you never as just this innate bestial fear, basically almost the equivalent of like a animal frenzy, as he is just trying to put as much distance as he can between him and this Lupine. Okay, that I'll say that kind of makes him move this way, and immediately the Lupine sees this. He didn't hold an action, so he doesn't get to move yet. However, the female werewolf sees this and starts to make a move.
Oh shit.
Well, we've been made.
Yeah, so
Well, so far,
Walter...
for the rest of your knowledge, just so for everyone knows, the rest of you are still invisible.
Yeah, well, they found a member of our party. Right, so I would imagine I'd get to throw my knife before the female moves? Question mark.
Sure. I'll say
I'm not going to interfere with her movement unless you decide that she cares a lot. I don't know.
You can go ahead and make a throw. Where are you throwing your knife?
So I can't point at the screen helpfully.
Just give me a direction.
It's either going to be southwest or southeast for you.
Well, I was going to say that there's this like rock directly south of Wea. Is that a rock?
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Yeah. just a rock? Okay.
It's a big old rock.
You found a
Yeah,
rock.
I was hoping to angle and toss it. And since my character's ambidextrous and that would have to be a left-handed throw, I don't have a penalty for the left-handedness of the throw, but I'd like to try to hit that thing so it makes a loud noise.
Okay. Go ahead. That's going to be Dex plus Athletics because you're doing a called shot.
Yeah, I'm going for a target, sorta. I know it's dark and, well, at least it's a little closer to the torch, but what's my DC, you think?
Just shame you don't have prison bars too.
I'm going to say 8 just because between the darkness and the distance and the weird angle that you're at.
All right, let's see what I get off this. One more. That's not a success. What is the roll a success? 1, 2, 3, 4.
No noise. Clang as it hits there, and both of them turn and look.
Wonderful. That's all I do, but I don't know if that's going to cause the female to change her path or her route, but that was
So far,
that was
as
the-
of right
that's
now,
the-
it caused them both to look in that direction.
Cool.
Very much they had a squirrel.
Thank you.
Okay. That was her turn. It is Noah's turn.
Would I
Sing a
be
die.
able to pick up rocks
Damn
as
jail.
well as throw them, or is that 2 separate actions within the 5 to 8 seconds?
I will say if you want to make the picking up your movement and the throwing your action, I would allow it.
Okay, I'll go for that. I'll pick up as much as I can and just scatter shot them across the cave.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength plus athletics roll.
So I got 4.
Okay. You take rocks and clink, 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 as they scatter and skid across the ground. One of them hits one of the stalagmites, and they're definitely looking around, but they're kind of scanning the area. The older one seems to be, though, while ears are kind of going in that dog way where you can tell dogs are listening to what's happening behind them. He seems to be a little bit more focused on the actual visual target that is in front of him. However, the female one seems to be a little bit more distracted. All right, Wea, it is your turn.
Oh no. Mm. Wea is going to take his movement to get to as close to Sonoy as he possibly can.
Okay. What is your full movement?
Let me see. 10. 36. So
Your movement is.
six squares.
I was gonna say, no way your movement is 36 squares. Like,
No, I had to divide it by 5. Oh, 7 then. I'm sorry. It's 7. 7
Okay.
squares.
you are just on the edge of Atris's cone of silence. So I will say you quietly but quickly make it this way. Are you going to take a dash action to move more?
But I can't do it quietly. This is the issue.
That is indeed the issue. I mean, you can still roll for stealth. It's just going to be a higher difficulty because you're going for speed.
And touching Sonoy didn't break Obfuscate.
No, but Obfuscate's already broken for Sonoy.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's not for me.
Well, I think until you break Atris's eyesight, I believe, is the limitation.
Yeah.
Now, if I use a vampiric ability that requires me to touch Sonoy, will that break Obfuscate?
Technically, it's not an attack. I believe it's still allowed. I think I've allowed you guys to use like
passive actions.
Like passive actions.
I should have used celerity. Rip. Okay.
Question: since Sonoy is a ghoul and he has Weya's blood in him, does Weya have to touch him?
Yeah, that's what the ability.
Yeah, technically the ability doesn't have a caveat for unless you have a ghoul.
Yeah, it would be nice here, but no. Even to command him, I can't do it mentally. I have to be looking at him to do it that way.
Ghoul of a Took.
I'm a chill there. God damn it.
Cool as the cucumber, I'm sure.
God, yeah, so cool, dude. So cool. Not sweating bullets at all.
Well, you're a vampire. You're not. So.
No. Okay, I'm gonna stay there, and I'm going to hold. Fuck.
I don't think you can hold the fuck.
Nope.
Oh, you can.
You're gonna hold my movement for when Sonoy moves.
You used your movement.
I mean, my fucking dash action.
Got it. No pressure. It's cool. It's all cool.
So much pressure.
Ain't this fun, guys?
That'll be my turn.
Okay, Liam, it is your turn.
I'm sorry, everyone.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Curiosity, Sean.
No,
you haven't done it yet.
Yes.
If I wanted to spend a celerity and use the celerity action to aim, could I do that?
Oh, absolutely. Like you could, if you want to burn the blood for celerity, that gives you extra turns. Aiming is a turn, so you definitely can use that.
Okay. And he's right next to me?
Yep. All 10 feet of him.
And he would have no opportunity to dodge since he doesn't know I'm there?
Correct.
All right.
Shotgun to the brain.
That's exactly what we're gonna do. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna spend a celerity so that I can get an aim dice.
Okay.
Oh no, dude.
But I am going to attempt to plunge this open vial of acid blood into his ear.
Okay.
Like, I'm not gonna pour it. I'm gonna like upside down, like
jam the vial into it. Okay. I will let you do the it's gonna be a couple of rolls here to get because his ear isn't like right in line with you. It's just a straight jab. It's up above you.
Because he's what, 8 feet?
He's a good 9 foot tall.
9 or 10.
I'm 6 foot, so with my arm up and a little bit of a jump.
Yeah,
The
so that's what I'm
idea
saying.
that you can
Yeah.
hop.
But it's also a called shot because you're aiming, so you get the aim die, but it's also a called shot to get it in his ear hole. Which luckily for you, this is a large creature, so it's a larger ear hole, but still. All right.
And
So-
regardless, before like once I do this, I will also spend 2 willpower for success.
Okay, cool. This is going to be a dex brawl. Because technically you're thrusting, because I don't think this would be dex. I don't think this would be considered dex melee, because you're not attacking with a vial, you're basically doing a called shot.
He's manipulating with his hand.
Yeah, exactly. So
maybe.
And I get the aim dice for spending this for burning the
so
celerity.
you get, and so whatever dice you normally would have to spend, you get an additional die for your aim dice. And this is going to be, so I'm trying to think what difficulty this would be.
4.
It's a called shot in the dark, but you're also invisible, so he
and
can't.
right up next to it.
And right up next to it, I'm going to say it's going to balance out to difficulty 8. It's a small target called shart in the dark, but you're right
Called
up
shart?
next to him. Shart.
Called shark.
I thought usually those aren't called. I thought those are usually a surprise.
Yeah,
It's a
those
shark
are
in the
more like
dark.
surprise round shark.
Okay, so diff 8 dice, and I spent 2 willpower.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Pretty
Fail.
sure it's not a fart, but let's find out.
4 successes.
The cold shark.
Wow.
Is that including?
That's including the willpower.
Okay.
We only got 2. Damn.
Okay. I'm going to say that this is kind of like certain other weapons where it's not going to increase the amount of damage die. It's just going to be.
I mean, there's the impact itself, and then there's what the vial, what the actual like acid
Okay.
blood's gonna do.
I will say go ahead and roll strength plus 3 successes for bashing damage that you're wedging this in this guy's eardrum.
I
Okay, so 5. Okay. Let me see how he does on his soak roll. Stamina is plus 3. Make it 7 days. Okay. He soaks the bashing damage. However, he does not soak the aggravated damage from the it was lethal. It was lethal.
It was
'cause it's
lethal.
Yeah. As you pop into existence, as you have this vial jammed, as you jump up and jam it into this, and it lets out this as you see,
but no one can hear it.
It's going to go in silence.
Oh yeah. So, and but you do pop into visual, and have attacked this guy, and this one looks over.
Can she see me past that thing?
I will say yes, because remember that they're not touching. This isn't a solid pillar. This is one coming up from the ground, because this is the one that Wea was able to climb up on top of, if you remember correctly.
I see.
Her vantage point is from 9 feet in above ground to.
I know, and the torchlight is behind her.
Right. I will also say, just as a reminder to you guys of knowledge that you got from fighting about werewolves. As it says here in my handy dandy book of werewolves,
specifically in the Wild West.
Only fire, silver, or the teeth and claws of other supernatural creatures, such as a vampire's fangs, can cause lasting injuries to a werewolf.
Well,
so other supernatural. So just remember that you do all have your fangs,
and this blood is supernatural.
It is. So that's why his healing factor had no effect on it. I didn't even roll for it.
I don't think we know that about the fire in character, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think we do either.
I don't think fire would be our first weapon to use.
Yeah, you guys would not. I think it was told to you guys, but I think you guys wrote it off as well. That's fucking useless for us immediate hand to hand, because it scares us too. So,
and then beyond that, I still have movement.
You do. Where are you wanting to move to?
I kind of want to like jump my ass between Noah and Adele.
Okay. Okay. That was Liam's turn. Adele.
Despite being muted, I'm sure you could hear my sigh.
Oh, I could feel it from this distance.
It's been so long since it was your turn. Adele, welcome back.
Plus, y'all act like we were going to get out of this without a fight.
We almost did.
We were trying.
These aren't the. He just left.
I'm still here.
These aren't the only werewolves in the area. Probably.
I think I'm still holding my last action. But I guess what I'll do is start scooting along to the left along the wall. Do I get a slight advantage because I've been blind before, so I'm used to not being able to see well?
That's not how that works.
It should.
All right, you scooched.
To be clear, we if we were like looking in any way in that direction, we saw Liam do this. Right?
Yeah, you saw Liam jam something, and this thing silently howl out in pain as it grabbed the side of its head, and then him scoot his happy ass backwards.
I'm just going.
Adele, that was your movement. Are you going to do anything for your action?
I'm
still
still
holding that shit.
Okay, what are you holding your action for again? Okay, so you wish to continue to hold, and do remember that at the end of the round, the held action is gone.
All right, well then I'm holding onto my knife and my.
Okay, you
Ready to defend.
You have your stabby stab ready. Okay, top of the round is Walter.
Ooh, Lord. I can't just burn a bunch of celerity and then hold several actions, right?
You get to hold a main action, not all your celerity actions.
My action is to wish for more actions. All right.
Idris's Jin comes back and just slaps you across the face. That's not how it works.
Oh God, this is terrible. All right, well, we are a go. Houston, we're gonna have liftoff. Houston is in Texas. We're in Texas. It's meant to be. Walter is going to make himself real fast. We're gonna burn. Yep, we're just gonna burn 2 celerity this
Alright.
turn. And
So that
I'll
means you get your action
remove
plus 2
those
additional
from my.
actions.
Yeah, I'm gonna remove those dex dice from my pool for my attacks now.
Okay.
And I'm going to rush up to the one who found us. Not the lady.
Okay.
And what I'd like to do is like go straight in face first and take a bite out of crime here. But I don't know if I need to try to get some kind of clinch or grapple
I
first.
think how it reads in the book is to bite
It's
for
a
damage. You
grapple
have to
first.
have a successful grapple roll first, then you can do a bite.
I believe you're right.
So Walter is going to jump up on via the side of it to try to get like a rear position.
Okay.
He's gonna leap up there and like he's gonna try to get his hooks in, his ankles locked in there and get a hold up there. So
Nice race.
Okie dokie. So that's going to be a grapple roll. Which is
minus one of these.
Where is it? Here it is. Okay, that is going
Strength
to be
brawl.
strength brawl versus target's dex athletics. Dexterity goes up by 1 in this form.
But he took 2 lethal, so he's got a dice penalty.
I'm gonna burn my potence ability with my 3rd blood for the turn as well for this roll here. All right.
Oh, I forgot I got a potence dice before. Oh well.
I got 42 now.
So I remove 4 of these because they're just gonna be successes, and then brawl it up. Not. Okay.
4. And then athletics is 6. 1.
8 successes.
Yeah, okay. That beats his 3. You got him. He's a big target. You were able to grapple him.
It's silly because like he's probably 4 times my mass or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, again, because this
Walter's-
is a dexterity thing to avoid it. The strength is to break the grapple on his next turn.
Hey, sure. Well, I rolled my strength and I'm locked in on this guy.
And
Around
you
the
have 2
back
more
of
turns.
his neck, and I'm in the air, like I'm off the ground is what I'm trying to say. All right, so bite attack number 1, which so after a successful hold maneuver, I roll my dex brawl. My damage is strength plus 1. All right, so I'm on it. We're gonna make a big old bite. Plus that. 5 to hit, which is like it can't dodge, but it's 5 to hit.
Okay.
I guess.
So then that's going to be strength plus 5 because for damage.
Yeah.
So right now, the only ones who are visible are myself, Walter, and Sonoy.
Correct.
This is gonna hurt this thing. Plus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.
8.
Potence is a hell of a drug.
Okay.
Let me see if I don't think I misunderstood potence. I'm pretty sure that's like dead on for the use. But
I'm pretty sure
check.
you are correct. I'm just checking something.
To all strength related dice rolls for the turn when I do the spend. Man, okay, yep. They are applied to damage roll results.
Okay, so let's see.
Take a big old chunk out of this thing's like neck shoulder region. Maybe he soaks 8. I don't know, but that's what I'm trying for.
He's definitely gonna try and soak it.
Sean's like, how are they this powerful?
He's gonna attempt to
Because
soak
they were
it
sneaky as fuck.
He is going to attempt to soak it because they do have a healing factor, which is kind of ridiculous. Their healing factor. Okay, so he soaks 5 of that. But your teeth get in as you grab a big chunk, and he, again, no noise is coming out thanks to Atris, but he is looking hurt.
Ooh. They can soak the ag damage from that. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, it says in their ability that they heal anything that's not fire, silver, or supernatural damage. They automatically heal 1 health level per round without even making a roll. They just automatically do it. And then all damage of any kind other than silver, they can use their stamina to try and heal. It's basically like having fortitude.
I like that version of it kind of more than my version of it as a vampire. That's werewolves. So cool. Okay, I'm gonna try to do the same thing. I'm gonna a little bit of a repeat here
So
for my final bite.
How much did he heal out of that? 5?
5.
Yeah.
So that was 3 from Walter and then 2 from me. So okay.
Okay. Yeah.
There's
still
some
standing.
damage.
He's just hurt.
How happy does he look?
He does not look happy. He looks quite miffed. He is not a happy pupper.
Alas,
Why is that so funny?
1, 2, 3. Oh, more dice. I forgot to roll. Forgot to roll these 3. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 to hit, so
Okay.
damage plus 5, I imagine.
Damage plus 5.
Nice. Oh, please die. Please die.
Are you asking your dice, or are you asking the werewolf to cease to exist?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Yes.
Those re-rolled nice. Real nice. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10.
Jesus. Okay. Let's see what his healing
Rip
factor
to the
does.
left, rip to the right. Wax on, wax off.
To the left, to the left.
7. Okay. Well, even with his rerolls, he healed 7 out of that 10. However, that is not enough given his other wounds. So this guy had this supernatural acid put into his ear. As he's reeling from that, Walter runs up, jumps on top of him, bites a chunk out of his neck as he's trying to go from that, bites down again, and you just see him slump down onto both his knees and then fall down on the ground with Walter on his back on top of him.
Ooh. I don't let go.
Okay. That was Walter's turn. Atris, you're up.
There's been an item I've been wanting to use for a long time. First off, can Atris see the other werewolf closing in on them, the lady werewolf?
I'll say, yeah, you can make her out. She's backlit at this point, and since Adele is invisible, you can kind of see through her. And you see the other one approaching.
All right. She would like to take out a concussion grenade, prime it, and toss it at the lady Lupine.
Okay.
We've been holding on to that one for a while.
So what's the stats for that one?
Oh.
Actually, good question. I never actually got stats on that.
Because I should have written it down so that way I'm pretty sure I told you guys what the stats of all the.
Oh, and the only other person that I know that had one was Patrick.
Okay, that's gonna take.
I don't know where it is in the book, to be honest.
I don't think it was in the book. I think it was something I invented.
Yeah, it was something Josephine made for us.
Then I suppose it's DM's discretion.
Okay. Let me. I'll look it up again for future reference. I will say, go ahead and give me a Dex plus athletics to throw it.
11 die. So we're going to see how this goes, ladies and gentlemen. At 11 die. All right.
And this was just the loud grenade, right? Not the one that explodes. Just the.
Yeah, it's just a concussion grenade. So whatever.
Makes a lot of noise. Okay.
Like I don't know what damage it's supposed to do. She got 5 successes on that roll.
Okay. I will say it lands perfectly. There's a loud BAM! And all of you, your ears are ringing because you're in a echoey cavern.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very much a bam, 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 bam. I'm going to say for the remainder of the scene, for you guys to hear anything that isn't like right next to you, it's going to be at a +2 difficulty as all your eardrums are ringing currently.
Nice.
However, you do see her reach up and grab both of her ears, and you do see little bits of shrapnel that are in her chest and stomach. And let's see how her healing does. Yeah. You see the little bits of shrapnel, most of them, other than 1 or 2 pieces, and you see a little bit of blood coming down. You see them being pushed out of her skin, like Wolverine status, as it's healing up, and clink, 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 as you hear the little bits of shrapnel hit the ground. But she's definitely holding her ears, and you see a little bit of blood kind of seep through her hand over one of her ears. As you definitely think that you've blown out her eardrums.
Yeah. Well, temporarily.
Yeah. Okay. That's your turn. Are you gonna move? Or are you gonna? Oh, and you are visible now. That you are.
Understood.
Now, since Atris is broken and she's the one who cast it, what does everyone else pop in?
I think Noah cast his own, so he's still obfuscated.
I believe it was whoever, because I think Noah did his own and Liam did his own.
I did my own, but I came out of my own anyways.
So I would have covered Walter, Wea, and Adele because Sonoya is already broken.
Okay.
Is obfuscate.
What's the question, Noah?
Is the cone of silence still active? And would that affect the concussion grenade?
It is, and it would not, because all that does, because the noise happened outside, you guys can still hear in. Noise doesn't escape the cone. It doesn't prevent noise from coming into the cone.
For fans of the game, yes, we know it's called the Silence of Death. We just like calling it the Cone of Silence.
Yes. So the rest of all of you except for Noah fade back into visual as Adele's like sneaking along the wall, and suddenly it just kind of pops in. Okay. That was Atris. Lupine Captain is dead. So it is Sonoy's turn. I will say, Wea, go ahead and make a willpower roll for me. Difficulty is 7 for Sonoy.
3 successes.
Okay. He's starting to slow down. He's still very scared, and he's still, I'm going to say he moves. But it's not quite that blind fear that it's still him being, I got to get out of here, but it's not quite as frantic as it was before. He's starting to regain control of himself. So that is Sonoy. Lupine Woman, she heals a level of damage. Okay, she's going to use her movement. And unfortunately, Adele is the closest to her. But
I was holding my action.
You were holding your action. Are you going? This is the trigger. Are you going to go ahead and stabby stab? I said, okay, go ahead and make your dex plus melee roll. And she's going to try and dodge it.
I'm going to blend and the blood to have to try to stab twice.
Because you have celerity?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have 4 celerity, but I'm only going to use 1 of it.
Oh, I said higher because it's in the dark. Sorry, difficulty 7.
I'm going to use a willpower.
Okay.
So including the willpower success, I have 7 successes.
Okay, so she rolled 6 successes on the dodge, which means that you hit her, you just don't get any of bonus dice for additional successes. So it's going to be just like a regular hit. So go ahead. What's the damage for your knife? Okay, so it's just your strength then, which I don't think is pumped or anything. So go ahead and make your roll.
So it's
For roll your strength.
okay.
Yeah, if it says that the dagger is just strength.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not a murder vase.
One success. Okay, let's see if she soaks it.
More of a manslaughter vase.
She definitely soaks that. So you go to stab and you make contact, but it doesn't penetrate this really thick hide of this creature. Go ahead and you were gonna stab again. She doesn't get to dodge this time, so just roll your dex melee. Okay, so it's gonna be strength plus 4 dice. Let's see how her soak does. Okay, you do cut her this time, as you it doesn't go as deep as you were hoping, but again, it's that really thick hide, and you stab in as you see some blood coming out of her side as you stab her, and she looks down at you. No noise because there's still the cone of silence up, but she's glaring at you. So that was your reflexive action. So it's still her turn. She's going to spend her gnosis to go ahead and take her. What is it?
I couldn't move at all. I can't remember.
You can't move because it's not. You still have your dodge action, but you can't move because it's not your turn. This was just your held action. So she's gonna go ahead and basically spend the equivalent of 4 celerity for 5 attacks.
Bye, guys.
You have fortitude and a dodge.
Which she is going to. We'll see how she does before she calls that. So first is going to be her strength, dex plus melee. Plus 7. Would you like to try to dodge this, Adele?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and make your Dex Athletics roll.
Can I borrow 1 dice?
Yep.
Eight.
All right, you dodged the first one. Have my thing back? No, it's for. So you go as she goes to make a stab. You duck out of the way as it smacks into the stone wall. She is then going to go ahead and do another stab at you, which you don't get to dodge.
Oh, goody.
4, so that's strength plus 3 successes, and the spear, let's see, is strength plus 1, so that's plus 5, so 4 plus 4, that's 8 plus 5 is 13 dice. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. You have fortitude.
Yes.
Roll your fortitude plus your stamina, and tell me how many successes you get of the on standard difficulty.
But now
Thank God.
there is no God here, only death.
3.
Okay, you take 4 lethal.
Cool.
As she jams the spear into your shoulder. She then rushes past and is extremely angry at Atris, who set off that concussion grenade, as she's actually going to spend. Let's see, she did her 1 turn was her attack. She still gets 2 attacks. She spent 2 attacks on Adele, so she still gets 3 attacks. So she's going to spend 1 of those 3 as you see her, and it looks kind of similar to what Wea has done in the past, where her claws seem to get a little bit longer and a little bit sharper, and she's going to make a swipe at Atris. Atris, you can go ahead and try to dodge. Standard difficulty.
Four successes.
One, 2. Tie goes to the defender, so you're able to duck just out of the way as the claws rake into the air. She's going to go ahead and try and do 1 more claw attack.
Wow.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Swipe, swipe, slash, slash.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is strength plus, let's see, claw is dex plus, well, strength plus 2. Her strength is, let's see, 8. So that's 10 dice. Damn ones. Okay.
Ha.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's only 2 ag of damage. Do you have fortitude?
I have 1 point in fortitude.
Go ahead and roll the 1 die. Standard difficulty.
That's 6. So
Okay, so you only take 1 ag of damage as you duck down from the first swipe, and she jabs down into your back with her claws with the second swipe. You guys are watching, and this is honestly, you get the idea that maybe the one that Liam nut punched to death was 1, kind of taken unawares, 2, was really distracted by everything that was going on with the djinn.
And 3, there was silver involved.
and 3 there was silver involved. This is your guys' first time really getting to really see lupines in action as far as combat goes, and there's just a blur of fur and motion with this, because that was all in the span of a couple of seconds of her rushing up, swiping at it, Adele stabbing her twice, shank, swiping at Adele, missing the first time, stabbing Adele, rushing over to Atris, swiping a miss, stab, and then that is the end of her turn.
Now whose turn is it?
I know.
That was the lupine woman, so it is now Noah's turn.
It's like I sort of lost track there.
She did some stuff.
Yeah, a lot of shit.
Oh, sorry, real quick. I was holding my my dash for when Sonoy moved.
Okay.
Can I take that dash real
Sure.
quick and get up to Sonoy as close as I can?
Yeah.
Thank you. And that's it.
Okay, Noah, what you doing, man?
I'm going to run up and hold the female lupine. Oh, I'm
Okay.
also going to pump for physical or for strength.
Okay. How much are you pumping?
I'll pump 2.
Okay. What's your blood expenditure limit per round?
4.
Okay, so you can still spend 2 blood for other things. Don't forget, for those who took non-ag, Adele, you took lethal damage, so do know that you could choose to reflexively heal that with your blood, or at least as much. How many can you spend? However many you can spend per round, you could spend. Okay, so if you chose, you could spend to heal up to 3 of that. Atris, it's a little bit harder because claws do ag damage. All right, so go ahead. You pump it for 2, so you've increased your strength. And don't forget that you have potence. Go ahead. You're currently going to do a hold action, which is going to be your strength plus brawl versus the target's dex plus athletics. Which, funny enough, when they're in this form, they're not super dexterous. They're other form where they're the big fuck off werewolf, or the big fuck off wolf is a little bit more dexterous. This form is built for power, not for speed. So
You know what? I am going to use 1 blood for potence.
okay, so to make them all auto successes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. And for the hold roll, I got 5. That's not terrible.
She does not dodge it.
Oh, that's good.
So you're how are you how are you grabbing her?
If I can, I would try to hold her under the arms and then get her in the full Nelson if I can.
I would say that would be a little bit difficult given that she's like 9 feet tall.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I would just be trying.
I mean,
to
you
hold
can
her
Yoda on
down
her
there.
back kind of thing and try and do, but your feet would not be touching the ground.
Yeah, I would try and hold her arms down, even if that does mean I'm swinging.
Okay, yeah, like a Muppet attached on. You're holding on as she's thrashing about. What would you? I will say that you can't get your arms fully around her because again, the size of this creature, it's not like you can wrap your arms around. But I will say that you can at least grab her wrists and be holding on from the back, so that way her arms are down more. And that was okay. So that was your hold action. You don't have celerity, so that's your action. She is grappled currently. Okay. That was Noah's turn. Liam, you're up.
Way is after Noah.
Wait,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Wea. Liam, just stand there and look pretty. Noah, continue hang on. Wea, who I meant to say 3 times in a row. What you doing?
Can I touch Sonoy?
I mean, I assume he gives you consent, so sure.
Always important to give consent.
I'm gonna quell the beast and attempt to calm Sonoy.
Okie dokie.
And that is a manipulation empathy.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty 7.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Two successes.
Okay. I will say, given the other successes Sonoy had in trying to calm himself, you feel like you're able to. Are you using fear or are you using?
No, that was empathy. I'm trying to soothe him.
Okay. You seem to see he stops running and he's breathing heavy, but he's calmed down.
Okay. I guess that is my action.
What do you say to him?
I'll just say, hold on, we're almost out of here. We need to get out. There's no time to there's no time to be afraid. And then I'm going to move back to the group.
Okay. Okay. I'll say you can get to about here. Because again, darkness. You're kind of.
Oh, not me. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Me.
Yeah. No, not you. Not you. You're fine.
Photons exist.
Okay.
That's it.
That's Waya's turn. So now it is Liam's turn.
So Liam wants to walk over to the dead Lupine,
Okay.
pick up his spear, and stab the other one.
Okay.
Do I need multiple actions for that? Like I'll burn the extra. I'll burn the celerity to do that if
I would say it would take an extra celerity because you're picking up this thing and it is hefty. I mean, it is.
It's not wimpy.
No.
Yes, I shall go ahead and grab the spear, and I see Noah dangling. I want to like stab her in like the back of the calf, or like into like it's just the leg area.
Okay. It's still going to be a higher difficulty just because you're stabbing with someone that's locked in combat with someone else, and they're not just standing perfectly still. They are like thrashing around.
Doesn't a grapple make it easier?
You're trying not to hit your friend, though.
No, I'm not.
I never liked Nosferatu anyway. You know,
That's up to Liam, I guess.
So it's going to be a Dex plus melee. Difficulty is 8 between the darkness and the encumbering of Noah being there. And this is a little bit different than a regular. This hold is more like holding on rather than like he's got the bull by the horn.
But yeah, I'm trying to do what I can to like disable like the legs part as much as possible.
Right. I get you.
What?
I mean, 1 success hits. So go ahead and roll damage.
I don't know what the damage for this is.
For a spear.
Size, humongous.
Yeah, this is going to be a spear plus some stuff because
enhanced spear.
Uber spear.
Better than lift spear.
What about Britney Spears?
I shall name it Brittany.
Leave Britney alone.
Oops,
I have it.
I stabbed him again. Right through the heart. So,
Look for sharpened battering ram.
right.
Hey, Sean introduced these spears. I'm just using them.
I
I
know.
would assume since he was using it as a weapon, he would know their damage.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there'd be any kind of complication. Okay, so it's going to be strength +2.
Hello, 10, my old friend. I mean, it's only 110. Slow down. Okay, 3 successes.
Okay, let's see how her healing factor does. How many successes?
3.
Cool, she soaked none of that, so you stab her right in the calf and it bleeds, and blood is coming down because they do bleed. And a silent howl as she's thrashing with Noah on her, and yeah, she doesn't look happy about that.
I forgot we were still silenced.
Yeah. Okay, that is Liam's turn. It is now Adele's turn.
Okay. So she's still essentially like right next to me.
Yeah, if you look at the map, it shows it
Okay.
Like
right
everyone
there.
but Wea is
Yeah.
nearby.
I would like to first up my strength. With Grace.
Okay. Do not forget your dice penalties if you're keeping the damage.
Bad.
So
Or
Pretty
why
well.
I'm doing it. I would like to attempt a hold and bite for damage.
Okay. A hold is one action and a bite is another action.
And I will up my strength by 2 and burn a blood.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your strength plus. You think I'd have?
Ball.
Yep. Strength plus ball plus her dex plus athletics, and it's going to be only difficulty 5 for you because she is currently stabbed. Noah's on top of her. She doesn't quite have the dexterity that she normally has.
I have no brawl.
Okay, so this is going to be difficulty 6 then.
We gotta get you some brawl. Wait. No, we gotta get you some brawl, doll. No,
I know jujitsu. Climb atop me and meet your doom.
I mean, that's how I want to
Roll
die.
1 for brawl.
Muted speak?
It's just going to be your dex then.
No, it's strength.
Oh, then just your strength
Okay.
then. All right, 2 successes. Yeah, you also grab onto her. Where are you grabbing?
Wherever I can.
Is this
I'll
a
say if
Noah
you're not
Adele
trying to jump on
sandwich?
top of her, you grab her like around the waist.
Nom, nom. Now I bite. Hopefully.
Can you even fit both of your arms around both of her legs?
No.
Just imagine you like
Near the ankle.
clutching to one gigantic thigh.
Okay,
Right now.
so it's going to be strength plus 1.
Are you gonna die for her thighs?
We're about to find out.
Okay, that's 5 ag. Let's see how she does. Three. So she takes 2 ag of that as you sink your fangs into basically what would be like right underneath her chest. And your fangs sink in. She's thrashing, definitely flinches from the pain. So now she's down. Okay, cool. All right. So that is Adele's turn. We're now back up to Walter, who's currently still on top of the dead older one.
This thing hasn't moved underneath me this entire turn. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
All right, I'll get up. I assume my Bowie knife poofed back in my holster.
Oh yeah, like instantaneously.
So I'm gonna just walk over to the haunch that Adele isn't hanging off of. Hopefully has some clearance from Noah's dangling feet. And flip out the Bowie knife and make a jabbing motion with an ice pick grip.
Okay, it's going to be Dex plus melee. Difficulty is 8 because you're trying not to stab Adele, Noah. You're trying to get past Liam, who's sitting there with a spear in her leg.
All right. Well, hopefully I can do that. We'll see. 1, 2. I'll just call it a 1. Whatever. 1, 2. You said 8. The 1s might negate this. Let's see what these rerolls turn into. Two success.
Okay, go ahead and roll your damage plus 1.
Indeed. Let's get these and then dems. A lot of 2s. Ideal maybe 3 damage depending what she soaks or heals. I'm trying to wedge this knife like deep in some werewolf meat though. Definitely trying to get a good stab in.
Wolf meat. She did get 3 successes, 2 10s, and a 6. So you go to jab and it makes good contact, but man, this hide is thicker than even some wild boar you've hunted here in Texas, and it just doesn't get the purchase on it that you were hoping for.
Try to get lost in that
fur.
Hard, coarse fur.
Yep.
All right.
All right. That was. Did you burn a celerity? I forget.
That's all I did.
Okay.
That's it.
Atris, you're up.
Oh.
Would you like to join this dog pile?
Well, from her vantage point, what parts of the lupine is exposed?
The front.
Okay. Yeah, you basically got full frontal. You have Adele hanging around her waist on the side, like at her side. You have Noah hanging off on the other side, kind of dangling around her shoulders, trying to hold down her arms. You have Liam at her back right with a spear stabbed into her leg. You have Walter frustratingly trying to jab at where her spleen is. And so you've basically got the front of this enraged looking 9 foot tall werewolf in front of you.
All right, so if her front throat is exposed, I suppose I'm going to have to do a hold action in order to do this. I'm going to burn a blood for celerity so I can do my own hold action because she's going to want to bite for damage.
Okay. So go ahead and do your strength roll as you guys are just going at this like piranha. Like,
it's a piranha.
Oh, that's 7. Three to hit.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah. She only got, because right now her difficulty is 10 with the amount of people that are on top of her. She only got like 2 successes, so you just barely were able. It was close. You had to kind of wait for the right moment. It's kind of like at this point, it's like trying to jump on a moving mechanical bull while it's like mid movement kind of thing. But you're able to grab on. Go ahead and go for if you're trying to bite the throat, that's still a called shot though, so that's going to be diff 8 for the bite.
All right.
But you are holding on.
That's a 0 on that one.
You just can't, again, back to the mechanical bull analogy, you're holding on and you succeeded in grabbing on and finding purchase on her. But when you go to bite, she's moving, trying to jerk all of you off of her, and you're not. You clap your teeth together and you get empty air. You don't grab her. So that is Atris's turn. Sonoy is up, and Sonoy is Compass Mentis.
She will get as close to Wea as he can.
What's his
without
movement
being
speed?
super weirded out and uncomfortable. We're about to find out right now. Uh, 6 spaces.
Okay, so he's right there at the entrance of this place.
Yep, and he will hold his dash for when I move.
Okay. Okay, it's her turn. She is going to spend more of her gnosis for another 5 attacks, or 5 actions, I should say. So first she's going to try and do so how I'm going to work this is I'm going to do 3 separate contested strength rolls against everyone that is currently grappled with her. So that's going to be Adele, Noah, and Atris. Each of you, so first we're going to go with the first person that grappled her, which is Noah. So we're going to do a contested strength roll, Noah.
So we're the target, so we're rolling dex athletics, correct?
No, this is strength versus strength.
Strength versus strength, okay, never mind.
Because the other is just to do the initial hold. To break a grapple, it's strength versus strength. But we're first, Noah's going to roll first, so Noah, roll your strength. That was a shit roll. Okay.
All right, I got 4.
Yeah, you hold on. She rolled for crap. All right, Adele, you're up next. Ooh, better.
Another bite while I'm here.
No, this is her turn. This is a contested strength roll to see if she throws you off of her.
Okay.
Stop trying to take extra turns.
Fine. 1.
Yeah, no. I need you to make a Dex Athletics roll, difficulty 7. What happened to your like 500 dice?
They're down there.
Lazy.
3.
Okay. You are able to avoid taking damage as she throws you from her. You are able to kind of brace yourself up against the wall of this cavern, but you are no longer grappled with her. And then lastly, Atris, go ahead and make your strength roll.
1.
Yeah, she just got 4 10s and a 9, but I will re-roll them in case those re-roll into 1s. So
Already got my Dex Athletics specs out.
that was 6 successes total for her. So yeah, go ahead and make a Dex Athletics roll for me, please.
What's the difficulty?
Standard.
Standard? All right. Wow. 3 times. Hang on. 3 rerolls. Four successes.
Okay. You skid back and you catch your purchase and glare at her, but you do not take damage from being thrown. All right. So that was that. So she is now only grappled with
Noah.
Who the ladies are.
Okay. What is she going to do with her other attacks? Oh, I know what she's going to do.
Commit verbal abuse.
So let's see.
Dad verbally abused me.
Dex plus. Let's see. Brawl is.
Does she have a self-destruct move?
That's
Wipe out it's everything.
Oh god.
She is the concussion mine.
Yeah.
Walter, go ahead and try and make a dodge roll.
Okay. All right. That. There's a couple ones there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, hold on. It's a high number. It's a real high number. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. You definitely dodge as she turns around and kicks with her clawed foot back, and you're able to dodge out of the way as this giant foot comes whizzing by your face.
Can I say that I just barely bottom weave it?
Yeah, you feel the wind on that one.
And I just kind of look at this tree trunk leg and at her.
Her arms are still being held by Noah, so she's going to turn and position herself, and she is going to start running towards the wall with Noah she turns so that way Noah is in, and then
so do I get drug along with since I'm holding on to said spear?
Are you gonna hold on to the spear?
I am gonna hold on to said spear.
Okay, so yes, you do.
Is that a contested strength roll?
I
I don't know if
will.
this counts as a grapple because it's like I'm holding onto the spear, but it's in her.
It doesn't really count as a grapple because it can't just
Um,
pull, because it's a blade. It's gonna pull out. There's not really a. That's where it's just the mechanics of the game where the stab doesn't really count as a hold. It's a
Very well.
separate
Then
action.
Liam will will clutch the spear and then just like kind of let himself go with momentum.
Okay. I will say that I'm considering you being a dragging force as being an increased difficulty for this attack on her.
How I am with life.
Under hold,
dragging
it does
force.
say, upon success, target is held in place.
And I would say normally that's the case if you were something where you were feet touching the ground, but since you are not, it doesn't just magically make it that she is immobile.
She
Not
was in
against
place
the
when
big
three of
woman.
us were holding on to her.
If it was way a grappling for or Walter because they have a little more height, but not like anyone under 6 foot.
Even me, they're
I'm
literally
6'2".
50% taller than we are.
Yeah. I mean, this is a 9 foot tall, like, gigantic, creature.
She is girthier than we.
Be thick. Now, I will say this, Noah. You see what she's about to do in the split second before she does it. You can choose to break the hold and make a dodge roll to get out of the way, or you're just going to take it and get to hold and keep the hold roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it.
Okay. So that's strength plus 4. So that's 7. Hey, look, 12 dice. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Halved 4 bashing, but you can roll your stamina to soak.
So I got 2 successes.
Okay, so you take 2 bashing damage. Thank God you're a vampire because you feel the pressure as she just, like a locomotive, just steamrolls in and smashes you up against the wall. And you have a feeling that if it wasn't for this physicality of your kind, that would kind of be an issue. Okay. She is going to back up and try it again.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, though. Are you going to take it or are you going to dodge out of the way?
I'm gonna take it as long as I can.
Teehee.
All right.
Liam's just like, wee.
Fun ride.
5, so I need 1 more die this time. Okay, so that's going to be 5 bashing. Go ahead and soak. Try and soak with stamina.
Oh. So 5 successes because I rolled 2 10s.
Bam. Okay. She smashes you again, and you feel that the impact is harder, but you're a little bit more braced for it this time because you are expecting it, and it doesn't hurt nearly as much. You don't take any damage from it. All right, those are gonna be her turns.
Her 5 celerity turns. Jesus.
Yep. Well, because she gets her 1 regular turn and then her 4 celerity actions.
All right.
Okay.
And she
That
needed
is
them.
that is Wea.
No, it's Noah.
Oh yeah, no, it's Noah then Wea. Yeah.
I'm gonna bite.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack.
So I got 3 successes.
Okay. Then that is going to be strength plus 3.
All right, so that would be 9.
Ooh, okay. Let's see how her soak does. Because this is going to decide a lot of stuff.
Literally make a breaker.
I did nothing this fight.
You consoled the goodest boy.
Okay, so she's still up, but you see she is extremely hurt. You get a huge chunk out of her neck, and it is bleeding profusely. She is really, really badly hurt. You've seen her start to teeter and wobble a bit. Okay, that was Noah's turn. Now it is Wea's turn.
It's my turn. I'm gonna run up to this werewolf and do what everyone else seems to do because it's cool. I'm gonna grapple it.
Grapple. It's what all the cool vamps are doing.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and make your strength plus brawl. And she has super penalties right now, so she only gets to roll 2 dice. That's
5
1
successes.
Yeah, that was 1 success on her.
I
So
should have used celerity, damn it.
well. Okay, so you are grappled with her.
Okay. I can't bite. That's
Nope.
an action.
I mean, basically, that's kind of, unless you want to say something or whatever, which you can't do, because so you're kind of stuck. There's really not much else you can do because
I'm done.
Movement would require letting go. Okay, Liam, you're up.
So I still have said spear.
You still have said spear.
Liam is going to do a horrible thing while it's embedded in her calf, and he is going to twist the spear.
Okay.
And just do more damage while it's already in her.
Okay. Go ahead and I'm trying to think how this would work mechanically, because if you're leaving it in, you don't have to really roll to hit.
Would it just be straight strength? Would it be strength dex?
Here's what I would say, Liam. Looking at this I'm kind of working at this from a mechanical standpoint. If you want to just twist it, I would say you can go ahead and roll damage, but it's going to be halved because part of the damage is the action of the taking it out and thrusting it. If you would like to just make an attack roll and actually pull the spear out and stab it back in, then you can just roll as normal.
Because I'm basically trying to wound her even more.
Right, which is why I'm saying it's going to be half your damage roll as far as the amount of damage, because you're just twisting what's already going on.
Okay, what would be the damage?
It's strength plus 2.
So that would be 6. So instead I would have 3. I'll just do the 3.
Okay.
I got 1 success on that.
Okay.
Stupid 1.
You twist it and you feel it push through something as the pokey bit goes out the other side of her leg. And her eyes roll back into her skull and she slumps down on the ground. But let's see. Adele, since it was going to be your turn up next, go ahead and give me a perception alertness roll. Alertness. Yep. Actually, I'll say 7 just because of the darkness.
Three.
All right. She is still breathing.
Okay.
So I will say at this point, we are out of combat because she's currently not breathing. However, we're going to keep those rolls because just in case.
Okay.
I will say, Liam, give me a wits plus occult roll, just because you did the last attack.
Just 1.
I will say, given the fact that from what you know, you didn't, so that way we're not metagaming here, you have seen the healing factor of these things. If she's still alive, even though she's unconscious,
she's going to heal.
There's a good chance that your brain is going, this could turn around.
We need to kill her, unfortunately. Otherwise, she's just going to come back.
No one can hear you because of cone of silence currently.
Oh, but we're out of combat?
You're out of combat, but the cone of silence is up until Atris drops it.
Yeah, he's going to drop it. There's no point of keeping it.
Okay, so Atris drops it. Now you all hear each other.
She's not dead, but if we don't finish her off now, she's going to come back.
Anyone want to do the honors, or let's just get out of the way right now?
Just finish it.
We gotta cut and run.
I mean, wait,
Can I just fight her neck through?
Okay. Noah, while you guys are all discussing it, Noah just clamps down again on her neck, and there's a blood spurt out, and you hear one last as she stops breathing.
Liam is going to grab one of the oil lanterns, and he's actually going to run back into the steam room with Marikuro.
Okay.
It's not that he wants to do this, but he needs something. He wants to see if Marikuro has like a necklace or something that's very significant as far as it would be the chief's.
Okay. Ooh, that's an interesting. Okay. I will say this: you can either make you're quickly through the steam and everything else. You can either make a perception plus investigation, or a wits plus occult to a intelligence plus occult to try and figure out of this culture that you are not aware of something that looks to be of import other than just something that's personally his.
Can I spend willpower?
Yes.
Okay. So I will spend 2 willpower, and you said wits and occult?
wits and occult to try and suss out like what would be culturally significant as a leader.
Oh, 8, 10. So 4 successes with the willpower.
Okay. You're quickly looking around trying to find something. He's actually very plainly dressed, other than, a tan shirt and leather pants, shoes, all of which have been ruined by the blood. I will say that with 4 successes, you find a what's that one stone that's the bluish, not
So not
lapis.
jade, but turquoise.
Turquoise. You have a turquoise and bead necklace that he's wearing. You're not 100% sure if it means that he's the leader, but it at least seems to be something that has some intrinsic value to it.
I am going to take this, but it's not for the reason people think.
Okay.
That's good. You take it.
You take it, and you run back to the group. As you all see Liam dart into that room, what are y'all doing?
Atris does want to see if she can consume any of the lupine blood, if there's any left over, just to see if she can, consume it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a willpower roll. The difficulty is 8.
Current or overall?
Current. And how is your blood doing?
I am 6 points down out of 15, so a little over half.
A little over half. Okay.
So 1, 2, 3. 3 successes on that roll.
Okay. You are able to resist the burning sensation as this blood goes down your throat. I will say you get one blood point back from it. There's something, but you feel nauseous. You feel horribly, horribly nauseous. And this seems a little bit less like, when you drink the animal blood, it just had no effect. It didn't make you feel sick or anything.
Right.
This is, you kind of, give me a wits plus occult real quick.
One success.
You remember hearing some kind of rumor of Lupine, of a offshoot of Lupines in the Middle East, closer to that border between Egypt and I'm trying to remember what's right there.
Jordan, Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, something like that. But of lupines that look a lot like jackals, black fur, tall ears, where a lot of the rumors of Anubis and jackal-headed gods came from.
Yeah.
And you remember one of the elders in your clan in Alamut speaking of how on almost a biological level, lupines and kindred are not really compatible. So you're able to get a little bit of sustenance from it because it is blood, but there's something about it that it's like milk curdling in your stomach. It's making you feel really queasy.
All right.
As all of you are waiting for Liam comes back a few moments later, you hear as the howls that were further away are sounding like they're getting closer.
We need to leave.
Out the front,
Yep, it's
or
go
out the
time.
spider's web.
Do you want to get out the
Where's
way?
Gotta
the
go.
out front?
I don't want to go out through the spider's web. We have no idea what's down there. It could be a catacomb of some kind. We at least know this way gets out fast.
We can once again be silent and invisible and just try to see if we can get out that through the way we came in.
Let's get going.
I got
It's the best
invisible.
chance. Let's go.
All right. So she's
Everybody
gonna once
go.
again put up her cone of silence, spend another blood point,
Okay.
I will do the invisibility for them.
Okay.
and Atris will cover whomever is not covered. If that's herself, then that's herself.
Okay. All right. And you put up the cone of silence. You guys start running for the exit, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in a tight knit group.
Yeah. I want out.
Okay.
Let me out.
You guys start going for it.
This is not a dance.
You come back outside and your horses are completely missing.
Of course they are.
Yep.
Yep.
Figured that would happen.
And you hear howling coming up. What are you guys doing? What are you gonna do?
Shitting our pants, Sean.
Yeah. I will for my action have a panic attack.
Allowed. Roll for lack of self-control.
I brought my brown pants. I'm ready.
We continue to move, I guess. Get away from this fucking place.
I sure do. What direct? Are they coming from one direction, multiple directions? Are we surrounded?
It sounds like multiple directions.
Right. Is there a direction that it doesn't sound like they are so far?
Behind you,
Howling-wise?
like if you go up the hill or around the hill. But it seems like if you're coming out of this tunnel that's hidden on the side of the hill, they seem to be coming from in front of you, to the left, to the right, just not behind.
Maybe we
Well, there is no behind us. That's the way we came out.
Well, like I said, there's the hill, like when Noah climbed up, or there's going around the hill.
Maybe up the hill.
Skills.
I swear to God, never an escape ever.
All right, so where are you guys going? Around the hill, up the hill, forward, left, right? Which way are you guys going?
Would my character think that there's a way down the other side of that hill based on his knowledge?
Give
of
me
the-
perception plus survival.
Would I know that already from looking at the land?
Or having been up the hill before when he was there?
I got 2. On.
Okay, and I'll say, Noah, go ahead and give me a straight wits roll to just try and remember from what you saw.
I got a 2, a 2, and a 5.
Okay, well, those are not helpful. You're scared, and it is hard for you to remember. Walter, I mean, you figure there's going to be somewhere down. Again, this isn't a mountain, so it's not like you're climbing up a mountain and trying to, like, it's a hillside, and you're hoping that you could find. How easy it is to get down remains to be seen, but you can at least check it out.
I want to go that way, up away.
Okay, Walter starts leading the charge, climbing up the hill. I need everybody to make a Dex Athletics roll.
I will. Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
Difficulty 7, because you're trying to do this quickly, and it's not a easy path up.
I will spend 2 blood, 1 for celerity, and then
Mhm.
during that celerity turn, I will grow out my claws.
Okay.
And I will use the claws that help me climb. It reduces my difficulty by 2.
Yes, it does.
Is this would this be considered a balance-based roll, or is this just
Not really balanced. No, this is just
You
sheer
said
power
Dex.
climbing.
Dex what?
Dex Athletics. Yes, Danny.
No, just 1.
Okay, 1.
Sorry, 7.
Yes. 3 for Noah.
6.
6.
6 as well for Atris.
6, 6,
7.
7.
Bruja's on fire today.
Oh, no, that's ag damage.
No, please do
Oh
not
no.
go.
Wrong fire. Wrong fire.
6.
Okay, so most of you are climbing up pretty well. Liam is kind of lagging behind a bit, but you're all making your way up this hillside. Go ahead and give me a Dex plus Stealth roll as you guys are clambering up. This is also going to be difficulty 7.
That's weird to be the same roll.
Right.
I roll 11 die either way.
5 successes.
Guesses.
7.
Is this diff 7? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3,
2. Okay. 4.
3.
Way I roll for Sonori.
Oh shit. Two successes.
Okay. You're all able to maintain the obfuscate as you're going up. As you're climbing up, you start seeing in the distance these shapes moving in the darkness as these large, many of them on 4 legs, these horse-sized wolves that you guys have seen before, and some of them on 2 legs, just the full 10 feet of them charging and running, all holding weapons, barking and howling as there is a pack approaching. You see about 7 individuals coming, and they are hot on the trail. You guys continue to climb. Go ahead and give me another Dex Athletics.
Okay.
Ah, 4 10s.
8 successes.
8 successes.
The
4
claws.
successes. 5 successes.
Claws.
6 successes.
Precisely.
1 successes. 4 successes. Noah, you lose your footing a little bit and you slow down a lot more, whereas Liam, you see these things approaching and that gives you the inspiration to go a little bit faster and catch up with the group. You guys come to the top of the hill where it flattens out a little bit as there's one tree up there, and you're going you're up at the top. The wolves are starting to climb up as it seems like they stopped for a second, sniffed around, smelt not your current position, but what was just there, as that is no longer under the obfuscate, and they are following behind and following the trail.
Climb the tree and then obfuscate.
So what do you guys do? You see them, they're starting to come up the hillside.
How big is this tree? Is it like dense and thick?
Yeah, it is a very tall oak tree.
Like, we can't fight them. We can't outrun them because we don't have any horses.
We have to hide.
It's like, and all we have is a tree. Up the tree I go. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess
I mean, anyone else have any better ideas?
No.
What's
Um,
ahead of us?
I mean,
the
it's
other side?
You see the hillside kind of go off for a little bit and then slope down on the other side.
Keep running.
Is there any further cover, like big bunches of trees kind of that way too? I mean,
it is again the middle
Other
of winter.
hill
However,
outcrops.
there are trees and everything more towards the base. Looks like it's a pretty well wooded area during the summer and spring months. So there's a lot of hibernating trees in this area.
I can distract them so you guys can get a head start and I can turn into an owl and get out of here. If we plan on running, that would buy us some time.
Well, we can't stay, and if we just hide up in the tree, they're just going to find us eventually. We just have to keep moving.
Keep running. I'll distract them. I can fly. You guys can't.
Do I don't, Lyman doesn't know this. I
Oh,
assume
we
the
can't
answer is
even say this
no,
because we're in the cone of silence, right?
but
Yeah,
That's right. You guys did. You did
Oh,
cast the cone of silence, so you
man.
can't talk.
if you stand in the cone, you cannot talk, yeah. I was just gonna ask if my character with his survival knowledge would have any inkling of like way to lose a trail up ahead here based on what he sees. It's probably snow and tracks. I don't know.
Wits plus survival.
I'm a rolling it.
Can I like piggyback on that and do the same thing since?
You can roll your own separate roll since you
Yeah,
guys can't
that's
talk. Yeah.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
I got 5 on that roll.
With survival.
Yes.
I'm on fire again.
I got 3.
Okay. You two think I did mention that there was a frozen lake.
Oh,
Back, like if you guys kind of went down and circled around, the frozen lake would, as long as it's thick enough where the ice isn't too thin, it would cut down on tracks, and it would also make things harder. I would say, Walter, you're thinking about it from the tracks perspective. Wea, you're thinking about it as having been in wolf form before and hunting with Sonoy. Ice is a lot harder to pick up a trail on from a scent perspective.
I will point in the direction that I believe the ice lake is.
Everyone else who's currently
I'm doing
obviously
the
give me a wits alertness to try and ascertain what this halfway invisible blob is motioning to.
Oh yeah, we're obfuscated, right?
Success is gracious.
3.
I'm making the same gesture for what it's worth. Which is good because my wits alertness is a botch.
Wits alertness.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll say, Walter, with your survival thing, you got the same idea regardless of Wea's gesturing. Okay, 6 successes, 3 successes. Liam, how many did you get? 2 successes. 3 successes. Okay. You all get what Wea is gesturing at. Do you all make it for the lake?
Yes.
Okay. Dex Athletics. One more time for me, please. Still diff 7.
One more time.
For the wolves as they...
What difficulty?
7.
7.
7.
Come on. These ones.
4 successes on that one.
Okay.
5.
1, 2, 3,
I got
4,
5 on that.
5,
right.
6.
Cool. Don't forget to roll for Sonoy.
6.
Okay. You're all able to keep pace and you're running. You hear the wolves barking and howling. At this point, they're not gaining or getting further away. They're kind of, at this point, your ability, and it is rough terrain, so they're having to climb, and it's not like a straight out run. What was the noise roll?
4.
Okay. You guys run. You make it to the edge of the lake. What do you do?
I am going to basically slip and slide face first.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not throwing any caution to win. H's would know that regardless if the ice was stable or not, we would be able to survive just by not breathing underwater, obviously. So she's not even going to care and just go across.
White water body surfing. Let's go now. It depends how
Okay.
frozen it is, but yeah, I'm heading over this thing
Okay.
too.
Dex stealth.
For all of us.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it.
Oh no.
That's not a good sound.
Oh
No.
no.
Again.
That's not a great
6.
sound.
Holy shit.
I got 6.
6.
2, 3, 4,
Thankfully, the ones have been very
7.
Okay.
Big stealths.
Where?
How you doing, Wea?
How are we doing?
5. Okay.
Double
How's
botch.
things?
Double botch.
Wow.
You guys all start running and slipping and sliding. Your shoes not really meant for gripping this slick thing as you make your way about halfway onto the ice. Suddenly, Wea, with your weight and your stature, you go and your foot goes through the ice as it spiders out. And in that moment, you fade into visual as you turn and you just see 7 sets of glowing eyes, some standing 9 to 10 feet tall, some down about the size of at the height of a horse. And they start to approach and they get on the ice. And one of them in English speaks out.
Oh no.
And comes forward. Go ahead and give me a perception alertness real quick.
Oh no, dude. I'm fucking scared. That was much better. I wish this could have been my stealth roll. 6 successes.
You notice this one lupine standing about 10 feet tall walks forward, looking very impressive as she holds an axe of her own.
Does she look familiar?
She does, especially the one missing arm on her left side.
I fucking knew it, dude.
I told you that you had no more honor in you.
Yeah.
You have slayed our leader. Your kind will answer for this in blood. It is a language you know well. We will hunt you down. As they're all slowly, like animals on the hunt, just slowly approaching. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Honestly, we didn't even do it. And I'm gonna transform instantly into an owl and fly the fuck out of there.
Okay, you now you did not use celerity, so it's taking you a
no,
while as you.
I will use everything and get the hell out.
Okay,
all
so you're gonna burn the blood for the celerity. Okay.
All of it.
Okay.
4 blood.
You turn into
boom.
an owl as suddenly you
That's
guys
2 blood.
hear from
Or 3, 3.
behind. You hear from
Plus
behind.
transformation. 3
What?
plus
3
transformation.
what?
No, it's 3. It's 3. Sorry, go
Okay.
ahead.
You hear from behind shouting out from the hilltop on the side. Hey, you mangy leg humping literal sons of bitches!
Don't tell me it's fucking Henry, dude.
And you look around and all of you give me a perception alertness roll.
Am I an owl at this point?
Yes, you are an owl.
Oh shit. Okay. Perception alertness.
Is this with our eyeballs?
2 successes.
This is with your eyeballs. Okay, 2-2.
Do we even have friends at this point? Honestly.
Very cool.
Almost like you guys are vampires or something. 3.
7.
When we try
Okay.
and make friends, they all end up dead.
Or we kill them by accident somehow.
Or they just start trying to kill us because we didn't know we messed up on their toes.
6. Okay. You all see this as there is an extremely pale, long black hair, black leather coat
Asmodeus.
individual, and you get the sheen of a gun that's in his sights. How about a swim? And you hear as bullets ring out. 3. Let's see how he does. Oh, he does extremely well.
Ooh.
3 of them get shot in the head and you hear it start sizzling and them starts howling in pain as they're going. He then throws down that gun, pulls out another, shoots, hits the ice almost perfectly in the cardinal points to the back behind another, as the ice splits, cracks, and they all look for a moment as it sinks and they all start falling in the water. I suggest you run.
Yeah. Yeah, we out. I flutter as fast as I can.
You guys start running as you see him run, slide down the side, hop onto the back of a black horse that he had with him, run over as he's galloping along the side. Your horses are up ahead over here. And he's really talking to the owl because that's the only one of you that he can see.
I assume we'd be all following him. Do we see anyone else pursuing us?
Yeah.
I mean, the wolves are trying to get out of the ice that's cracking and moving around them. They're trying to get out of the freezing cold ice that seems to definitely be slowing them down.
Yeah, I'll fly down.
I'm moving.
I'll fly down in between everyone, and I'll cut through them and kind of like make a path with my owl form that they can follow, like Navi.
Okay, you guys follow. You get to the other side as you see the horse riding and follow behind him. He's definitely holding the horse. He's at a gallop, but he's at it like trying to hold the horse back so that way the owl can keep up. And you do see up ahead you actually see a couple of horses up ahead, and they seem to be kind of gathered around. It seems like they bolted during some of the events that happened. He's riding alongside. It's like, and he looks back at the owl, and he's like, "Are the rest of you with him?"
At this point, Atris will drop her cone of silence, and I believe she's the only one obfuscating herself. I believe Noah is obfuscating everyone else.
Right. Okay.
Who am I getting feedback from? Is that Noah? Like
I don't know.
sound wise.
I don't
All
know.
right.
But anyway, he calls that back. Does anyone respond?
Yes, we want to get the fuck out of here.
As Liam pops in, he's like, "All right, well, that's my plan too." And he get to your horses. I'll slow them down. And as suddenly out of the side, a large horse-sized wolf comes, and he's able to see it in time as he jumps off his horse. Doesn't run from it, charges at it, and you notice now that you guys are closer, his eyes are very much like Gambit eyes, completely black with red irises, and he goes, "Burn, crotch liquor," and he suddenly his hand erupts in black flame as he touches the face of the wolf as it's trying to lunge at him, and he grabs onto the snout, and the head of this thing just erupts in this black fire as it just is screaming and howling and trying to roll over in the snow to put out this fire that seems to just ignore the snow as if it's not there, just melting it. And he kind of gives it one of these, and then
Like this guy.
runs back. He's like, "All right, ride back to your homestead. Do not stop. Just go as fast as you can. I'm going to slow these guys down.
Get
I'll
me
meet
a
you there."
spear.
Thanks. This is more my style. As he sits there and you see him pull 2 silver pistols from his trench coat and starts turning the horse around to actually go back and seem to fight.
Never again. No silver, not with us ever again. We will always have silver.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say that's where we're gonna end it for tonight, guys.
Oh man, that was an episode, man. That was
I have
good.
anxiety now.
That was good.
So you all get XP for showing up.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah.
I gain a willpower when you survive a threatening situation through tenacity. So that would count, right?
I'll
For
say
gaining
yes.
willpower. And then okay, the other one was a little too late, so that's fine.
So you all get an XP for showing up. You all get an XP for being in danger. And then after we stop recording, we'll go ahead and do the what we learned in the badass stuff we did. Whew, guys, that was that could have gone several different ways. That was you guys killed 2 werewolves without silver. That was pretty awesome.
We had
Grapple.
to set it up
Everyone grapple.
for several turns, but we haven't lost anyone to them yet.
No, but I'm pretty sure they're pretty mad now.
They were so friendly to us before.
I think they're gonna hunt us to the ends of the earth now.
Is the truce over? Does the
Yeah.
do
These
the pendants not work
necklaces-
anymore?
Does the bling still work? I need to know.
We only got one, and I gave it back when we sent him the message.
Yeah, we got nothing.
So,
and he's dead anyway. So that truce gets absolved.
The war is on.
Thank you guys for coming and playing. Thank you everyone at home for watching us. If you enjoy what you've seen, please like and subscribe. Lyman, so great to have you back joining us. Glad to have our cowboy back.
I've missed this.
All right, guys.
I just love the comment. You stabbed me.
We will play next week to see what happens to the Obsidian Spurs and with their new companion Asmodeus seeming to have finally met up with them and joined them. Thank you for watching. Stay safe, and until next week, keep your fangs and your wits sharp.